Okay. Commissioner Eggenberger, here. Commissioner Foster.
Good evening, I'm here.
Commissioner Janowski.
Here.
Commissioner Lee. Not here, Patrick?
Yeah, Commissioners Lee and Singh notified us beforehand that they would not be here.
Okay. Then Singh also. Commissioner Watkins.
Here.
Commissioner Weber.
Present.
And Chairperson Zuber.
Here, thank you. All right, so we have minutes from November 3rd.
I move to approve
Thank
the
you.
meeting
Support.
minutes.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Janowski and support by Commissioner Foster to approve the minutes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. We have an agenda for tonight. Anyone want to, do we have anything to add or take out of the agenda? Pat?
No changes to the agenda.
Okay. Motion to approve the agenda? Anyone?
Motion.
All right.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Watkins and support by Commissioner Weber to approve the agenda. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, any communications beyond what you already sent us?
No additional communications, and the public comments that we received for tonight's public hearings have been emailed to the planning commissioners.
Thank you. All right, we have a public comment session that at the beginning of each meeting, and this is if you have something to say that is about anything that's not a public hearing this evening. The public hearings that we have for this evening are Everbrook, Sheets, Friendship Church Canton, Camp Mirage, and a zoning ordinance text amendment, which I'm sure we'll have a lot of feedback about. If you have anything, any comments about any business before the board or anything that you'd like to say that's not related to those 4 items that we have public hearings for, please feel free to approach the podium at this time. Great, I don't see anyone leaping up, so I will move right along.
Madam Chair, motion to close public comment.
Motion to open it.
You
It's just
didn't?
part of
Okay.
the
Oh, this is,
agenda.
oh, God.
Yeah.
I'm trying to get
But I
it done already.
appreciate
Oh, my
that.
God.
Thank you for that. You gotta keep me on schedule. Okay, so now we have, the first public hearing is for Everbrook. This is item number 118-SLU-8480 and 118-SPP-8481 and VCON-PZ250004. We're considering special land use for, and preliminary site plan and variances to the condominium ordinance for many parcels. I will not read all of them because it would take all night. The properties are located on the north side of Geddes Road between South Denton and the Western Township boundary. The proposed use is an active adult community of single-family detached residences that are age-restricted to 55 years or older. Patrick, tell us all about it.
Sure, thank you. This is an item that was on the Planning Commission's agenda, I think either late last year or earlier this year, when there was a proposal to rezone a couple of the smaller parcels that are part of this group in this application. And so at that time, there was a public hearing on the rezoning application. And although the comments were just related to the rezoning itself in terms of that application, we did also receive a number of comments during that consideration in terms of the development itself. So during that process, the applicant has taken those comments as part of the planning process. And the plan that is before the Planning Commission this evening is quite a bit different than the plan that was before it during the rezoning. One of the major changes is that at the rezoning, on that plan, it was illustrated more than 500 units. The proposed number of units in the active adult community that's on the preliminary site plan this evening is 481 units. And the site is 224.5 acres. And the group of parcels that's outlined in yellow on the map there comprises 18 parcels, all of which are zoned R2 single-family residential. Active adult communities are special land uses in the R2 zoning district, and they're subject to specific standards in section 6.03G of the zoning ordinance. With respect to those standards for active adult communities, there's a few areas that are very unique to active adult communities that are not applicable to other communities. First is the active adult communities has to have at least 80% of the units required to be occupied by at least one person who is 55 years of age or older. And these provisions are included in the master deed that's included with the application. So the age restriction is there. And that's important not just for the regulations for active adult communities, but also for the traffic study, the traffic counts, the traffic impacts. With active adult communities, our staff report, it's 13 pages. It's very dense, so I won't go through each and every one of those. And I'll just highlight some of the ones that are probably the most important. The first one that I'll note is density. In the R2 district, the maximum density for an active adult community is 4 units per acre. But any increase over the base density of 2 units per acre is allowed by the lower water and sewer demands of active adult communities. But any increase in density over the base allowed by the zoning district shall be conditioned upon available sanitary sewer capacity. With 481 units on 224.5 acres, that density is 2.15 units per acre. So it's slightly above the underlying R2 district, but far below the max of 4 units per acre that can be attained in the active adult community regulations subject to the sanitary sewer. The preliminary analysis indicates that there is sufficient sanitary sewer capacity, but that will be determined during the Township Engineering Division review of the plans. Another item that we want to note with the development itself are some of the items with the amenities and with the development standards for active adult communities. Some of the recreational amenities which are required by the ordinance include a clubhouse. That clubhouse will include a swimming pool, offices, and meeting rooms. Outdoors, there are also tennis court and pickleball courts right outside of the clubhouse area. There are sidewalks throughout the community, sidewalks on both sides of the streets, and some sidewalks throughout some of the open space. There are also trails proposed. There's a connection and extension of a regional pass system from the hamlet proposed, which is connected to the northwest and the northeast parts of the site. The northeast part of the site being where the pond is there. There are also proposed trails on the plan, which include a trail through the woodland area in the northwest part of the site and a 10-foot gravel maintenance path to Denton Road. Some of the development standards that we note in our letter in terms of requiring additional information, first is each unit has to have a 4-foot wide concrete or decorative paved walkway between the front door of the dwelling and the common sidewalk. There's a 4-foot sidewalk shown between the front door and the driveway, but the sidewalk has to extend to the common sidewalk. So that's a relatively minor adjustment that needs to be made to the plans. Another is with the trash storage area. There is a screened dumpster enclosure shown near the clubhouse area, and this dumpster enclosure just needs to have the details that are required in section 2.14 of the zoning ordinance. The next item we want to discuss is the traffic impact. The applicants have had a traffic impact study prepared by a traffic engineering consultant, Fleece and Vanderbrink, and Canton Township's traffic engineering consultant, Wade Trim, has reviewed the traffic study and has provided comments. Those comments are included in the packet along with the traffic study, and they're summarized in our letter. The only recommendation from the traffic engineering consultant was regarding the East Site Drive and the potential 5-lane scenario that could be placed there by widening the road. And so as an alternative to that 5-lane scenario, Wade Trim recommends providing standard right turn lanes and left turn passing lanes to each approach that meets Wayne County standards and would result in a 4-lane roadway at the intersection. Wade Trim also recommends extending the existing eastbound right turn lane on the south side of Getty's Road to provide the minimum geometrics of a standard Wayne County left passing lane. Previously, in our staff review of the plans, our engineering division had recommended longer turn lanes, especially right turn lanes getting into the site. That way, cars turning right from Getty's Road would have more linear footage to get off of the travel portion of Getty's Road, slow down into that turn lane, especially with this being an active adult community and having senior drivers, providing additional time to have those turning lanes. So one of the recent versions of the plans, those turning lanes were upgraded and extended accordingly. Next up in our report, with regard to the lighting, our only comment on the lighting was that although it would be finalized at final site plan review, we recommend relocating some of the floodlights at the entrance monuments outward to be adjacent to the monuments themselves. And we recommend that as a condition of approval. The next item we recommend changes on are the entrance gate. Some of those entrance gates for both the east and the west drive are located fairly close to the road. And our concern is that if there's someone who turns into the development and they either make a wrong turn or they otherwise have to turn around, to have something like a boulevarded road at that point or some way where they could easily turn around, including moving those gates a little farther northward so that somebody's not backed up onto Getty's Road. If there's a car stuck at the gate or trying to turn around, there's area to do that, and there's distance from Getty's Road to do that. So we recommend some changes to the entrance gates to make those turnarounds easier. And then our last site-related comment with regard to the special land use and the preliminary site plan are with the road names. Some of the road names are similar to existing road names in Canton Township, which is not uncommon with new developments and the number of road names that we have. So there are some adjustments that will be required, but that can take place at final site plan review. The last item I want to discuss in the letter is regarding the condominium variance standards. So there's 3 applications considered this evening. The first is the special land use for the active adult community, and because active adult communities are special land uses in the R2 district. The second is the preliminary site plan. If the preliminary site plan is ultimately approved, the next step will be for the applicant to go to the Board of Trustees for consideration of that application. And if that's approved, then the Planning Commission will see the application again at final site plan review. The third application, and it's less common, is there's an application for condominium variances. And the condominium ordinance is a separate ordinance from the zoning ordinance. And there are development standards in the condominium ordinance, the same as there are development standards in the zoning ordinance. And the variances in the condominium ordinance are considered by the Planning Commission and decided upon by the Board of Trustees. In the zoning ordinance, any development standard in the zoning ordinance, those variances are heard by the Zoning Board of Appeals. So the condominium ordinance has different variance standards in terms of those being under the purview of the Planning Commission and the Board of Trustees. In the condominium ordinance, there's a variance request for the length of some of the roads. The condominium ordinance prohibits a cul-de-sac that's more than 1,000 feet in length or more than 20 units or lots on a cul-de-sac. There are a few of the roads there that don't qualify, 4 in particular. The one for units 21 through 70, the second for units 179 through 202, the third for units 214 through 235, and the fourth for units 357 through 465. Whenever we look at variance request for the length of a cul-de-sac or the number of units on a cul-de-sac, the first thing that we look at is the fire department's recommendation, because the biggest reason, although not the only reason to have those requirements, is for safety. And according to the fire department, any development of a one-family dwelling where the number of dwelling units exceeds 30 shall be approved with 2 separate and approved fire apparatus access roads. And there's 2 roads that don't meet that, units 21 through 70 and units 357 through 465. So in the condominium ordinance, the limit is 20. In the fire code, the limit is 30, where that second access is required. However, the International Fire Code allows an exception to that requirement if all dwelling units are equipped throughout with an approved automatic sprinkler system in accordance with the fire code. And the fire marshal recommends a note on the plan to that effect. With regard to the variances themselves, the proposed variances, we don't find those to be unreasonable. There are many conditions in Canton where some cul-de-sacs have far more than 20 units and they only have 1 point of access. So not that it's assumed as being common, but we look at each individual circumstance to see if there's reasonable alternatives. And in a case like this with the site has Fowler Creek going through several parts of it. There are many on-site wetlands where the applicant is trying to minimize wetland impacts and try to minimize tree removal. So the current condition of the site makes it so that in terms of trying to minimize impact on natural features, try to get the proper stormwater management in place. In some cases, some of those cul-de-sacs or dead ends are going to have more than 20 units. For the group of units for units 357 through 465, in looking at that, one potential remedy might be to convert part of Everbrook Way going to that northwest corner to a boulevard, which would allow some additional paving and wetland fill. So as much as we wouldn't want to see any additional wetlands filled, if there was a second point of access extending up to that northwest corner between those two woodlands, one potential remedy would be putting in a boulevard so that if in a circumstance where one of the lanes was closed, an emergency vehicle could use the other lane. Also, for units 21 through 70 on the eastern part of the development, while we recommend approval of that variance subject to the conditions of the fire marshal, the applicant may want to explore upgrading the site drives at the clubhouse to allow a secondary access for a fire truck to access Stillwater Way. And in both cases, I can point those out on the plans here in terms of what our comments are. So on the screen here is a color rendering of the development itself. And in the northwest corner, there are more than 20 units here. And so as we see, there's the road going up to the northwest corner. The area to the south here, this is heavily wooded and there are a lot of wetlands. So we want to minimize any tree clearing or wetland filling in that area. But in the upland area in the northwest corner, a lot of it is dry, making it suitable for development. And so if another access was proposed into that northwest corner, potentially this road along here going diagonally could be a boulevard to allow two separate and distinct travel lanes. Through the woodland itself, this line here is a proposed trail that would require a wetland permit, but it's a high quality natural area. We would not recommend having a road go through there unless it was absolutely essential for public safety. The other area where we recommend potential changes is on the east side here, east of the clubhouse. There are more than 20 units here, and technically this is a cul-de-sac because there's only one way to get there, which is from the road. Another access could be where if for some reason there was a blockage here in any of the areas where it wasn't able to be accessed, potentially an emergency vehicle could go through the drives at the clubhouse and come out on the east end as another point of access. Currently, I don't think the drives are designed that way, but it's an open question of whether they could be increased in width to allow that circulation to take place. So that's just an open question on that. Finally, we mentioned variances. One of the items where the applicants would have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals for variances is that there are some areas on the site where there is some grading and development activity within 25 feet of a wetland or a drain buffer. The zoning ordinance requires that any wetland or drain area, either a drain easement or top of bank of drain, 25 feet from those areas has to be clear of any structures, grading, any development activity. In some cases, there is some development activity. In other cases, it's just a matter of just some grading within it. The most apparent ones are, for example, the road crossings that go over Fowler Creek. So this is definitely development activity within 25 feet of a buffer. And then some of the grading that's associated with the development. So the wetland setbacks and the drain or creek buffer setbacks, those are applications that will have to go to the Zoning Board of Appeals. We recommend that those go to the Zoning Board of Appeals after the Planning Commission makes a recommendation and before the Township Board takes action on the applications. That way, when the applications go to the Township Board for consideration, anything that's necessary by the Zoning Board of Appeals has been completed. So that concludes our staff report. We have a couple of model motions that are drafted. If the Planning Commission is satisfied with the development proposal, the Fountain Walk Boulevard entrance location, and the conditions and modifications presented, then we recommend approval of the applications subject to the conditions in our model motions. The first model motion is a recommendation with conditions. The second model motion is postponement, and we left the list of items or reasons for postponement blank, so that if there was a motion for postponement, whether there was additional information or any plan revisions, we could fill that in as needed. So that concludes our staff report, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Patrick. Project sponsor, would you like to add anything to what Patrick already said? All right, I figured. Come on up.
And they also have a presentation, so they'll be plugging in.
Okay, great.
Good evening. My name is Joe Score, if you can hear me here. I'm the Vice President of Land for Pulte Homes. With me tonight, we have a full team. Matt Bush, our project engineer with Atwell. We also have Jamie Burton, who is with Hubble Roth and Clark. Jamie is one of the top municipal engineers when it comes to stormwater management issues. We have Julie Kroll, our traffic consultant with Fleece and Vandenbrink. And again, Paul Schick, Pulte's Vice President of Development. Paul and his team have been literal boots on the ground when it comes to the area-wide drainage improvements, off-site issues that we've been investigating, working on, and we think have figured out a fix and or resolution. So we've got a wide range of topics to discuss. I'll start with what Del Webb is. So Del Webb is the pioneer and leader in age-restricted housing and fully amenitized communities for active adults, empty nesters, pre-retirees, retirees, essentially 55 and better. This is for the consumer, the demographic that, you know, they lived in their two-story house for 30 years, they've raised their kids, they've done all the maintenance, both inside and out, the grass, snow, the landscaping, they're cleaning rooms that they don't go into anymore. They're looking for something that's different, that's more consistent with how they want to live. It used to be where they would maybe take off to the warm weather climates. You all set? Yeah. Oh, okay, sorry. Okay. Warm weather climates, Florida, the Sun Belt, not so much anymore. They generally, we see, in our experience, they want to stay close to the comforts of home, their family, their friends, their grandkids, place of worship, doctors, the whole 9 yards. And that's what Del Webb offers. So sort of what are we? So Del Webb is a brand of Pulte. It's under the Pulte Group umbrella. As I said, it's 55 and up, single level living, ranches, okay? You know, it's pretty much eliminating stairs in a home. Low maintenance living, as I mentioned, when it comes to common area maintenance and maintenance at the individual home level, the HOA at a Del Webb takes care of everything. Grass, snow, landscaping, de-icing, you name it. And then resort style living. So this isn't just, you know, a small clubhouse and a couple of bathrooms and a pool. This is an expansive, well-appointed clubhouse that offers fitness center, aerobic studios, social gathering areas, you know, golf simulator, you know, saunas, kind of the whole 9 yards. We also offer pickleball, tennis, sometimes bocce, walking trails, you know, anything that, you know, somebody wants to do, essentially they can do. And then last but not least, sort of these social activities, the social connection, which I think is a little bit understated, but it's critically important to these communities. You know, I think people, you know, as they age and that want to live in these type of communities, they want to meet new people, they want to make new friends, they want to be connected, they want things to do, they want to be active. And that's what Del Webb does. We are, at every Del Webb, we have a full-time lifestyle director that manages activities both inside and out of the community. And I think it's really sort of the glue and the secret sauce of the brand. So, I'll go to my next. This is a clubhouse that we're building at our Kensington Ridge Del Webb, 25 miles up the road in Milford Township. As you can see, you know, very nice, you know, upscale, well appointed. Here's just a couple different shots from the rear. Pickleball courts down the bottom. And then just some interior social gathering, pool, fitness center, golf simulator. So your AAC ordinance, your active adult community ordinance, I won't go through the whole thing. Patrick went through a summary. But what I'll say here is that we meet and exceed every item within your ordinance. And two I want to focus on just for a minute. So first and foremost, open space. The minimum requirement is 25%. We're at 44%. So far exceed the open space requirement. And density. So the density, as Patrick mentioned, assuming there's sewer capacity, under the ordinance, you're allowed 4 units per acre. We have a net acreage of just under 225 acres. That calcs out at 896 units, okay? We're not even close to that. We're at 481. So that's a subtraction, or that's a difference of 417 units, which is significant. So we're sitting at just above what your master plan recommends and well below what the ordinance allows. And the reason is, I mean, there's a few reasons. Number one, we just don't think it's appropriate for the site, given some of the physical constraints on the property. And that's just not the Del Webb program. We're not here to maximize every unit, maximize the density, maximize a dollar. We are here to build well thought out, well designed communities that delight our residents. As simple as that. But what's I think important to understand too is, and Patrick mentioned, there are benefits associated with active adult ordinances or active adult communities, right? There's just less burden on the infrastructure, specifically traffic, you know, sewer, water, infrastructure, you know, township services in general. And I think traffic is probably one of the most important. And we have a traffic consultant here today, so I will defer to her, but in general, a typical single-family community, a home, generates 10 trips per day. An active adult, age-restricted community generates 4, okay? So that's a material difference between the two types of communities. So not only is it less trips per home, but in general, 10 trips per day for a typical single-family house, they're traveling at 8 a.m. or 5 p.m. during rush hour. They're going to school. They're dropping the kids off at whatever sport or extracurricular activity that they're involved in. That doesn't really happen at an active adult community. They're not generally going to work at 8 a.m. They don't have kids in the community, so they're not schlepping them around. So in general, so the major benefit is less trips, and they travel off-peak. And so to me, when we're looking at this community, you have a density that's way under what's allowed. It's more associated with the vision of the township through your master plan, but you get all the benefits of the active adult community that we're proposing. So it's kind of the best of both worlds. So this is the plan. As you can see, just to kind of orient yourself, on the far east is Denton, south is Gettys, to the west is Superior Township, and the north is the regional detention basin, which I will get back to later in this presentation, and the hamlet. So we have a couple points of access off of Gettys Road. We have this natural preservation area that we stayed out of in the northwest section of the site. Flood storage areas in the eastern section of the site near Denton Road. ITC bisects the site, and of course the Fowler Creek runs right through it. Here is sort of a big picture on the pedestrian pathway network. Now we're not showing sidewalks on both sides of the road. We are offering sidewalks on both sides of the road. They just don't show on this map. These are more common area pathways. You can see it going through the ITC corridor, on Getty's Road, through the preservation area. We connect in 2 areas to the hamlet. So there is connectivity to take people through, 2 different subdivisions and further north. So I want to talk about stormwater management for a few minutes. I think this is an important component of this presentation, and I'll start with on-site, okay? So in terms of our on-site stormwater management, first and foremost, we meet local, state, county standards. That's just at a minimum, but there's so much more, right? So we have detention south of the Fowler Creek, and we've oversized those basins. We have additional 850,000 cubic feet of additional flood storage based on extensive floodplain or flood modeling that we've done as we've moved through the planning process. And the majority of that, and I'll show you, we have a map that will track this, is on the east side of the site. And as a matter of fact, and Patrick mentioned it, originally we came in at 514 units, but through our floodplain modeling and looking at highly sensitive areas of the site and staying out of those areas, we dropped the density by 33 units and provided additional flood storage. We have new culverts on Getty's Road and a ditch widening, and we have a Getty's Road overflow relief route. And so this is the map that basically just represents everything I said. The dark blue are the oversized basins, and the expansion of the regional detention basin that services the hamlet. It also services the charter school, property north of the charter school, and half of Everbrook, okay? And it's an important point because Pulte will be building out that regional detention basin that, I think it commenced 20 years ago when the hamlet developed. And so again, additional storage in the dark blue, oversized basins in the dark blue, and additional flood storage in sort of the turquoise areas on the east and on Getty's Road. So I want to talk about the off-site issues just for a minute. As we know, there's been some flooding in this area, not just this area, but throughout Wayne County, parts of Canton, but definitely on Getty's, through a part of Grandview Estates, on Bar Road, and it's a problem. And it was a serious problem, and we've gotten involved with this issue. And again, this is an off-site issue. It's not really Pulte's obligation or connected to Grandview or anything that's really connected to Everbrook. These are issues that, outside agencies have jurisdiction, if you will. So just a little bit of history. In 2021, we had a serious storm, something like a biblical storm. 5 to 8 inches of water fell in 2021. Flooding throughout Getty's, flooding in Grandview, flooding in basements, unfortunately, flooding on Bar Road. 2023, another serious storm, probably another 5 to 6 inches fell in an hour. Same result. Flooding in the corridor, flooding on Getty's, unfortunately flooding in some of the basements at Grandview. At that point in time, Pulte got involved. Now, Everbrook wasn't even on the radar. We got involved because there was a problem and it was impacting Grandview residents. We hired HRC, as I mentioned, our third-party engineer, municipal engineer when it comes to stormwater management. We got Atwell involved, Paul Schick was involved, and we did an investigation, and a couple things came to light pretty quickly. And I can show you some pictures, but what we noticed is that the culvert on Getty's Road was completely blocked, 80% blocked. We also noticed that the Fowler Creek had multiple blockages throughout, and it wasn't really operating correctly. So at that time, we got together with the county, got together with the township, we disclosed our findings. Unfortunately, nothing really happened at that point. Fast forward to 2025, April of 2025, we get 2.2 inches of rain, okay? 2.2. It's a lot of rain, but it's nothing extraordinary. Same result. Flooding on Getty's, flooding in Grandview. Some basements started to become impacted. That meeting, and that was an important date, an important event. That meeting triggered an all-hands-on-deck meeting with the township, planning, engineering, DPW, along with Wayne County Drain, Wayne County Engineering, and Wayne County Road, and Pulte, and of course Pulte and our engineers. We all met at the Grandview State Model one morning, probably 25 of us standing there, standing room only in the kitchen. And at that meeting, a couple things happened. Wayne County agreed to immediately come in and clean out the culverts on Getty's Road. Pulte agreed to clean out the blockages for a large stretch of the Fowler Creek and also do improvements on Bar Road. Now understand, we had no right to do that. Again, it was an off-site issue, it wasn't a Pulte issue, and we really had no ability to go on other people's land or go in the Fowler Creek or go on Bar Road without landowner consent, Eagle consent, and Wayne County consent. We ended up securing those consents and doing the work. So this is sort of what we did here. This map, this is the Fowler Creek, Getty's Road, and that's pretty much all of Everbrook going out to Denton. There were 38 blockages that we cleared out in the Fowler Creek. Deadfall, trees, debris, and more importantly, and I will come back to this, beaver dams. Cleared out the blockages. We also did some work on Bar Road. We raised the road a little bit. We cleaned out the ditch. We redirected some of the water, into the tributary. And so when we did that, we noticed that the water level in the creek started to drop. So that was a good result. However, you never quite know, if it worked until unfortunately you get the next major storm. Well, we got it. Okay, so this was April. Well, sorry, I'll backtrack. This is the Getty's Road culvert that Wayne County cleared out. So this is how it looked, in April and prior, and this is what they did in May. Here's a couple blockages in the Fowler Creek. There was, like I said, there was 38 of them. This is just one sample. The left was before, the right is after. Another one we cleared out. And so as I mentioned, April, 2.2 inches of rain. Pulte in the county, we do the improvements. July, this is the fourth wettest July we had since Michigan's been keeping records. On July 30th, we got 3.3 inches of rain after this July. And what happened after we did the improvements? Nothing. No flooding, no issues, no flooding on Getty's, no flooding on Bar, no flooding in Grandview, and certainly no flooding in the basements. So it appeared that what we were doing was having a positive influence and was hopefully resolving this problem. We started digging a little deeper, and the reason why we started digging a little deeper is that as we were going out to the Fowler Creek and removing the blockages in April and in May, we went back out there later this summer and fall, and what we found was we just found more blockages. Beavers are active in this creek. You remove one dam, and they come back and build another. And what we noticed is they were building dams. They built a significant dam at the outlet of the regional detention basin into the Fowler Creek. So they were backing up water, not only in the Fowler Creek, but right at the outlet and pushing it back into this regional detention basin. So we started looking at this basin. Now remember, this has been there for 20 years, and we will expand it, that last leg to the left. But in our opinion, it's a problem. And so what I'll show you here is a little bit of the historical aerials to reflect what we think is an issue that we have started to resolve. So this is the regional detention basin in June of 2011. As you can, it's working properly. As you can see, you see the outline of the basin, you see the outline of the forebay and sort of the berm between the forebay and the basin. And this area right here is wetland mitigation area, which is effectively dry. You'll notice on the right, it doesn't look that way anymore. The basin and the forebay have essentially merged together. They've blended together. So it's not working properly. The storage is now limited or going down, I guess. And the wetland mitigation area is relatively dry. This is March of 2021. Sort of stable, looks kind of like 2015, but you're still not operating correctly. In May of 2022, what you see water starting to enter the wetland mitigation area. It's taking on water. So something is now starting to regress a little bit or devolve into something that is problematic. And now, 2025, it's a lake. So it is absolutely overrun the detention basin, and it is not operating correctly whatsoever. So what we did, and clearly that March 2025 date is important because that storm at only 2.2 inches of rain was a month later in April 2025, which created a lot of chaos. And then Pulte and the county went in and did their improvements. We took this shot on the right last Friday. So this is a drone shot. So the scale's a little bit off because this is from Google Earth. Everything else is from Google Earth. This is from a drone. As you can see, it looks like it's improving. The wetland mitigation area is starting to dry up, and you can also see that outline around the basin. That is the banks of the basin. So the water is receding, okay? It's going down, which makes sense because, as we know, in July, we had rain. We had more rain than we had in April, and we didn't have any issues. So it appears that this is working. This is another shot. So this is the structure, the outlet, into the Fowler Creek from the regional detention basin. When we first went out there and investigated, you could not see this. It was full. The water was over the structure, okay? Since we've done the improvements, it's come down. Now, it's still not down all the way, but it's down a lot more than it was. Here's some examples of, we think, some beaver activity. July 15th, we cleared this dam, went back out there October, cleared another one. October 17th, cleared this one. And so I think, to summarize, there's a maintenance problem. The Fowler Creek is not being maintained. It's under Eagle's jurisdiction. It's a natural watercourse. We believe, it's our theory, our contention, that the regional detention basin is it's never been never been maintained. I don't think there's any ill will out there. I just don't know that the HOA, they don't know what they don't know. They're not being impacted by drainage or flooding. They're high and dry. It's impacting everybody to the south. And I think that is one of the significant benefits of Everbrook. It's the beauty of Everbrook. We, as a condition of approval, are going to obligate the HOA of Everbrook to maintain the Fowler Creek into perpetuity. So the HOA, and it's really Pulte for the first 5 to 7 years, will have to clear out blockages on a regular basis, and I think it needs to be done. If it's not done, these problems will just reoccur. The beavers are just going to come back, and then you'll have debris and everything else that's going on. And the same thing with the regional detention basins. Once we take ownership of Everbrook, develop it, we'll become a property owner. We will have joint maintenance obligations. We will get involved with the maintenance of the pond, and as per usual, we'll take over, we'll manage the process and make sure that it's operating correctly. Although it's down, and although, as I mentioned, those areas, and we can go back and look at them, we think it's going in the right direction, we still don't think it's working as it should. It's still too high, the water level is still too high, and we think there's still limited storage relative to what it should be and as it was intended. Just a couple pictures in terms of what's happening. These shots were taken just in the last couple of weeks. That's a beaver. That's what a beaver is doing on the left. They just gnawed that tree, and they took down all those trees in that area right there, and they're just continue to go out and build dams. And so before I get to the picture, I think just to summarize, we believe that the real issue with regard to flooding and drainage really is rooted in the creek and how it relates to that regional detention basin. When we get a serious storm, there's no storage whatsoever. Everything is just sort of sheeting over the land, overflowing the banks, getting into the unnamed tributaries, impacting Grandview, impacting Getty's Road. There's just absolutely no storage, and it's got nowhere else to go. And I think as we've seen, the maintenance of the creek and the future maintenance of the pond will go a long way toward resolving this issue. Back to just the site itself. These are some of the homes and elevations that we're proposing for Everbrook. These are more typical and representative. I'm only showing, 3 or 4 plans that meet your ordinance, comply with the AAC ordinance, but there's actually another 8 or 9 plans along with 4 or 5 elevations per plan that will develop and build that will also meet your ordinance. Everyone will meet the ordinance requirements under the AAC ordinance. Whether it's height or building material, brick, hardy plank. This is a rendering of the clubhouse. So just to summarize, we meet the zoning requirements under the AAC ordinance. We're providing a variety of active adult community housing that promotes social connectivity, resort-style amenities, and aging in place. We're enhancing the stormwater capacity of the site and surrounding area. We're providing maintenance into perpetuity for both the Fowler Creek and partial maintenance, joint maintenance of the regional detention basin. So that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. We have, as I said, several members of the team that will do the same.
Good, thank you.
Welcome.
All right, anyone want to make any motions about public hearings?
Motion to open public hearing, Madam Chair.
Second.
All right, we have motion by Commissioner Watkins and support by Commissioner Weber to open a public hearing. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Awesome. Any members of the public have any comments about this project? Yeah. Just so that we are clear, we have, I will call you up to the podium if you want to speak. We do need you to say your name and address for the record, and you will have 3 minutes to speak, so please be brief. And if somebody already said what you are going to say, we heard it, we are listening, we don't need you to repeat, like we don't want everybody to get up and say the same thing, please. So, I'm sorry, so raise your hands if you want to speak. Okay, I'll call the gentleman over there holding his phone up.
And the motion to, I missed if there was a motion to open.
Yeah, we had motion by Commissioner Watkins and support by Commissioner Weber.
Thank you.
Good evening, sir.
Thank you for my time. David Skelski, 3411 Denton. I live across from this development. I was told it was changed the Denton entrance, but we've been having our flooding. I've had 2 feet of water in our whole property. My neighbor's house was destroyed and gone. Yeah, I know about all the beavers. We got a trapper that goes back there and he got a 60-pounder. So the aspect is we got to do something that furthers that helping us because, yeah, they're doing the other side of Bar Road. They're not doing anything closer to the Denton side. The ditches there are overgrown. With just a little bit of rain we had the other day, ditches were full. So there's got to be a give and take a little bit maybe to help our side of the road since it's not going to be an entrance on our side. Plus with the traffic is insane with that school being on that road. Then you're going to add another community. You can't even finish the one that's up further, the 55 and up, that they tore all the trees down with. So how about if we worry about getting that one first finished and then work with another one? I mean, it's a great idea. It sounds delightful. But the problem is we stopped on another one up on, across from the other 55 and up off of Denton also. I mean, that's a few concerns that we have is just the constant flooding I'm getting and the loss of other things. I mean, yeah, I understand animals and animals, but you do a little bit there. What about down the road? It's still going to keep coming back to us on the other side. And I mean, the wetlands are all great and all that, but you're still taking away what's going to soak up the water is the trees. And that's what we need to do is stop that, okay? So thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And have a good evening.
Thank you. All right, who else has something to say? Sir with the Michigan jersey or shirt?
Good to see you guys again. Keith Weasty, I live in Grandview Estates. While I do appreciate Pulte and doing so much work that they have done a lot of work. We as a community are still, though, very concerned about the flooding, obviously. One little storm of 2.5 inches doesn't mitigate 4 years of stress of basement flooding. The other concern we still have is of the traffic. I know they did the traffic study. I know that this is supposed to be a 55 and older, but I'm over 55 and I have 2 kids that live in my house and 4 cars. So even though it is a 55-year-old community, an older community, that doesn't mean that somebody younger than 55 can't live there. So for them to say that the traffic is going to be so much reduced, I'm kind of skeptical on that. Geddes Road and Denton Road just continue to get busier with people trying to find alternative routes to get into Ypsilanti, Ann Arbor, and Geddes Road is just continuously getting more and more busy. So that's kind of our concern, or my concern, is making a left off of Geddes while somebody's making a right into their development. What's going to happen there? So those are my 2, but I do appreciate Pulte and all that they've done with Bar Road and clearing out the creeks and that. So I appreciate that very much.
Thank you. Who else? Sir in the middle there with the green shirt or green jacket. There you go.
Richard Peters, 3917 Colfax Court in Grandview. And my issue really isn't with Pulte so much tonight. I think we're missing a bigger picture. And earlier this year, Pulte was here, and many of you were here at that meeting. I thought at the conclusion of that meeting, we agreed that the bigger issue was downstream. The township supervisor for Canton Township sent an email out to myself and many other people encouraging us to attend a meeting by Wayne County in June of this year. We did that, and I had a pretty heated debate with the drain commissioner from Wayne County, and she admitted that at this time we don't have the infrastructure in the county to handle a development of this size. I asked her if it wasn't a responsible position to put a moratorium on a development of this size until we could get the infrastructure in place. She said no. I don't know as far as doing due diligence by this committee, the legal aspects of that have really been looked at. I know the engineering department at Canton Township was afraid if Pulte meets all these various criteria, which they've talked about, they can't stand up to that and not give them the necessary building permits. I would just, and I will present some information to this committee at the end of this meeting, but I would suggest that our legal counsel look at some of the other Del Webb communities around the United States. One ongoing right now is called Las Vegas Lakes. That's in major litigation. Another one is in Surprise, Arizona, outside of Phoenix. That is has been under legal issues for a number of years and ongoing. That's over 400 homes that have filed class action lawsuits against that development. Several other around the country. And I would just like our legal counsel to look at it and see if there's any merit to these issues. I'm not an attorney, and I don't care to be one. I think there is a precedent that's being set to a certain extent that maybe some of these properties that Del Webb has developed were on marginal properties to begin with, especially the one in Las Vegas. And those homes are falling apart, and they're 5 years old. I think we all know that we live here that this township is prone to flooding because of the clay, the extent of clay we have.
Sorry. I appreciate your comments.
Okay,
Thank
thank you.
you.
Thank you for your time.
Yep. All right, who else has something to say that hasn't been said? Sir? Yep. Just 1 second. I just called someone else, sir. You, I'm sorry. There was someone else getting up too. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Edward Presbienda. I live on 4175 Bar Road. I also would like to thank Pulte for what they have done and various feats they've gone through. I think they've pointed out that we do have an issue with Fowler Creek that is major and causing a lot of problems. In addition to what he mentioned with the Wayne County meeting with regards to this, they informed us that Eagle has designated this a natural waterway, and even Pulte had some restrictions on what they can do with the maintenance of Fowler Creek. And I believe that, I can't recall whom it was of Wayne County that mentioned we might be able to petition Eagle for making this a storm drain area that can be maintained by Wayne County. I'd like to see something like that happen because although Pulte does mention about the obligations to Everbrook being able to maintain this, I'm not sure what obligations they would be able to meet with regards to the restrictions that Eagle puts on this waterway, and also the mention of beavers. I would wonder with Everbrook being there, is there going to be availability for hunters to be able to handle these beavers and for being able to maintain that particular animal in the area? I would also say that with all this, it's really about, as Pulte mentioned, the maintenance of it. Who's going to be actually responsible for that maintenance? Right now, Eagle kind of puts restrictions on who is able to maintain that. No matter what that everyone says, what they will do, they'll do this maintenance, there's still those restrictions in place. So I would say that we should probably petition for that particular waterway to be a storm drain area before we can actually proceed further. That way we can actually perform these obligations without the restrictions of Eagle. And I believe that is all I would have to say about that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, the gentleman in the middle here, yep.
I'm Joe Kabinski. I live in Grandview Estates. I'd like to thank Pulte for the efforts.
Could you make sure you're speaking in the mic, just so that we pick you up for the recording, please? Thank you. Perfect.
I'm not a public speaker, it's obvious.
Okay, thank you.
Anyway, I'd like to thank Pulte, specifically Paul Schick. He had been working with myself and a number of residents in Grandview. And from the first time we flooded in '23, I spoke with Charles LaRoque from the township. We looked at each other. I have a lot of experience in flood control as an engineer. I looked at him and he looked at me. Water's got nowhere to go. So thankfully, the creek's been opened up. And the only comment I have with that is that it was going to be maintained in perpetuity. I almost said it right. And that's a tough thing because I do not believe there's a mechanism for enforcement. The HOA and the residents of the proposed development are not stakeholders in a failure of maintenance. In other words, they're high and dry, and I think somebody said that. And so I think that I would welcome the fact that people that are legally more acute than I am would make sure that that happens. And I really don't know how it's going to happen. Who would be the enforcers? Eagle enforces nothing. Wayne County has no jurisdiction. The township obviously won't have jurisdiction because they'll defer to Eagle and to the county. So I would appreciate it if our our people that have a say can somehow make it happen, and I don't have an answer. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, there was someone in the back. Did you have, yep, sir, yep.
Hi, I'm Hari. I live in Hamlet Point, right behind this proposed subdivision.
Can you tell
So
us
I'm
your
just
full
wondering.
name and your address, please?
Sorry, I'm on Steeplechase, 2324 Steeplechase Road.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm actually, this comes right behind our house. I'm just seeing the contour of the subdivision. So there are protected trees and stuff there. So I'm wondering, are they going to cut down those now, or I can't see exactly how that is being planned. That's my one question. And of course, I've seen Pulte presenting that Follow Creek thing, and I have seen a lot of flooding in the last, we moved there like 6 years back, and there's a lot of flooding there. So I don't know, nobody was maintaining. I don't know who is responsible, but Toll Brothers, nobody maintained that. But so far, in future, they are saying they're going to maintain some of the parts. So I'm not sure how that works out. So just have some questions on that a little bit. It's like upstream, right? There are some more upstream. Nobody's maintaining that part, at least, as of now, I think. But because of that, I think flood is coming into our subdivision too, as of now. Because we are affected right there. We are behind that Fall Creek. So I've seen a lot of flooding going on there.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
I move to close the public hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Weber and support by Commissioner Watkins to close the public hearing. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All right, any opposed? Okay. So Patrick, we have questions. And we'd like you or the project sponsor or both to answer.
Sure, I'm going to put the presentation back on the screen here, though.
Okay. Good. So obviously, we have a lot of concern about flooding and maintenance and what would you like to, how can you help us understand how this will work?
Sure. So with regard to the water management, that's something that is ongoing, as the applicant stated, in terms of working with the county, working with, to the extent that they can work within Eagle regulations of maintenance within a creek, and then the ongoing issue with the beavers and the dams. So that's just something that is continuing to be ongoing, and some of it, if there's anything more specific that the Planning Commission wants to include as a condition of approval, or if there's any information that we need from the applicant or anywhere else to bring back to the Planning Commission before making a decision, we can go and explore that, including talking to engineers, whether they're county engineers or our township engineers. Also, a couple of the comments that were specific. One of them was specific relation to Denton Road. And at the time of the rezoning several months ago, there was a road that came out to Denton that would disperse the traffic and provide another means of access. And that has since been removed from the plan. And so there are a lot more wetlands and woodlands that are preserved along Denton Road. And as a result, both access points are on Getty's Road, and the applicant adjusted their traffic study accordingly. So there's really not a lot of activity along Denton Road. There is a drive that goes along the south side of the property, but I think that might be for maybe utility maintenance or perhaps as a trail, but nothing that is going to be a full-fledged public access.
Hey,
Un-
Patrick, Doug had a question.
Sure.
Obviously, the main issue here is the flooding and how it's mitigated going forward. And I hear about this ongoing maintenance and maintenance agreement that will be responsibility of first Pulte, then Everbrook eventually to maintain. I guess I need to understand the mechanics of that agreement and exactly what that agreement looks like. And who are the parties to that agreement? I mean, is that the township and Pulte? Is that Wayne County and Pulte? Who are the parties involved in this agreement, and exactly how are the mechanics working to say what the parameters are of that agreement, what the maintenance obligations are, and who's going to perform those, and at what cost? I mean, obviously you have an HOA, and presumably there'll be the fees will be built into the HOA fees for that. What does that look like for the overall HOA fees? I mean, so I guess I need more meat on the bones about this maintenance agreement and ongoing maintenance, especially when you're going to have an ongoing issue with the beavers, and it's not like they're going away. I don't believe that's part of the plan. I don't think we're having a beaver call in Canton Township. I mean,
Might not be a bad idea. but-
so I guess I just need to understand more about that and how that works, because in my mind, it's easy to say you're going to do that, but to enforce it and actually making it an enforceable document, I have a lot of questions about that.
Especially because, Joe, you showed us those pictures of, it was clear then, and then you had to go back 2 times. Could you please come back to the podium?
And with that comment, there's a couple different ways to approach that. One of them is on Fowler Creek itself, that's on the property itself. If that is on Everbrook's property and there are provisions for their HOA, cleaning it out, keeping it clear, that's something that we can explore with the applicant in terms of how a legal document would look. The other part of that is off-site. There's this Hamlet Pond, and on the west side of it is where they show the expansion. Part of it is Hamlet. I think the property is technically owned by Canton Township, and it has kind of a long history. So that's something where we can pull out some of the old agreements and present them to the Planning Commission just to let you know who contributes to the pond in terms of water and what some of the legal provisions are.
Does the state, though, have a role in that? Okay, if Fowler Creek is on Everbrook property, but given that it's the state just made it a natural water course, doesn't the state have a role in whatever maintenance agreement comes up going forward?
So there's a few different parts to this question, and in terms of ongoing maintenance and how it's set up and how it's enforced, I would say first off, we would make it a condition of this approval, okay? So that's first and foremost. We would also obligate the HOA through the master deed and bylaws, and there would be enforcement mechanisms in the document. And now, as I mentioned, Pulte is going to effectively run the HOA for at least 5 to 7 years. And I would think that you were probably more concerned about what happens later on. And this can all be worked out between the attorneys, but my guess would be that as they are obligated to maintain the creek, if they do not maintain the creek, the township, there would be a mechanism for the township to enforce it and potentially step in at the HOA's cost, but step in, use self-help provisions, and maintain it on their behalf. That's just a thought. Again, there's probably a number of ways to skin that cat, but that is one. And so there's always a way, and there's always something that can be worked out within the documents. But how exactly? That's one of the options.
I guess the question that comes to mind with that, and one of the commenters kind of alluded to this, though, is, okay, Pulte's going to handle this the first 5 to 7 years. Presumably you guys have some experience dealing with this, and then you're going to hand it off to the HOA. The HOA powers that be may not necessarily be well-versed in how to handle that sort of thing. I mean, and granted, we're kind of talking theoretically here. Presumably they'll be advised by people who are expert in this and that
Yeah.
sort of thing. At least that's the hope.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I understand your concerns, but I would also say this. I mean, perfect, I mean, are we gonna make perfect the enemy of good here? Because right now, nobody's maintaining it, and it's not gonna get maintained. And to your point about Eagle, and I know there's some questions about, jurisdiction. First of all, we went and spoke with Eagle and walked it with Eagle and got their consent. It was not a permit-related activity as long as it was handwork. Now, there are certain things you can't do, but they allowed us to go in there and clear out the dams. They wouldn't allow us to remove stumps, which we didn't do. So you don't need a permit to, at least according to Eagle, to go in this natural watercourse and remove the blockages. But back to your question, I understand the concern with regard to, are they gonna do it? Do they understand how to do it? What's their expertise? And I think they're gonna have to be educated, and it's gonna be a little bit of work in progress. But at the end of the day, it is there is no, I don't know of another option unless you can get Eagle down here to do it, which I don't know. I'm a little cynical, but I don't think that's gonna happen. Yeah.
Don't get me wrong, I appreciate what you've done so far, and I guess I would tell the people who live down there that if you don't develop this property, the situation probably ends up remaining status quo, or, as you pointed out in the early part of your presentation, somebody could come up with an even denser development and really exacerbate the problem.
Right.
So I'm not dismissing it.
Sure.
I would just like to see, I guess I just need to see more mechanics of how this is going to work. I have no problem making this, putting out a condition to the approval, but before I can even go that far, I need to see, have a better understanding of actually how this would work.
Yeah, unfortunately, and I can appreciate your concerns, unfortunately, I really think that is probably a mechanism that has to be put in place in the documents, in the approval, in the master deed bylaws, as we go down the road. I'm not saying we can't drill down into it now. I'm saying that is, that's where the township attorney, our attorneys get involved, and we figure out, I guess, the best course of action of how it's maintained, how it's enforced, as we, go through this process. But I do understand what you're saying.
I don't disagree with you, but I don't think it's too much to ask either to see a conceptualization
Sure.
of what that would look like before we would approve this.
I can understand that.
We've addressed, I'm just reviewing my notes from the comments that
Well,
were
I'm
made.
sorry,
Do you
I'm
have
sorry, I
other-
want to interrupt you. One other comment with regard to the maintenance of the pond, which I think is extremely important here.
Yeah.
There's, in our opinion, based on the capacity in that pond, there's 350 acres and a lot of impervious surface to the north. And it's essentially, when a flood comes in or a major rain event, essentially it's uncontrolled and undetained and just creating all sorts of havoc. So the Fowler Creek and that pond are interrelated. And back to the maintenance question, so there are several, and Patrick mentioned it, there are several owners of that pond. Pulte will become one if and when we close on this property. You have the township has a small piece, the hamlet has a piece, the charter school has a piece of it. So there is an obligation, there's a joint obligation by many different parties to maintain that and make sure that it's working properly, and it hasn't been done in our opinion. And that will go a long way toward resolving this issue, along with maintenance of the creek.
If that's the case, then that definitely needs to be hammered out.
Yeah.
Before, as to.
It is
spelled
hammered.
out, and then spelled out and made clear to the parties that these are the allegations. If this is gonna work properly, then this has to happen.
And the great part about that, that has been hammered out. There is a document. There is a stormwater management document related to the operation of this creek with terms, rights, obligations for all the parties involved. So that has been hammered out. It was hammered out years ago. It's just, unfortunately, we don't think anything's happened.
Well, and that's kind of my point.
Yeah.
Joe, I have a question about that too. Is the outlet that you showed, the culvert, that's the outlet from that pond, is that down at the lower, like the I guess, southeast?
The structure that we showed in that picture, that's in the creek. So that was in the Fowler Creek, right at the outlet of the
Okay.
regional detention basin into the creek.
Is that down at the lower right corner?
We can, we can bring up our GIS map.
Thank
This will
you.
show in a little bit
Just
more
curious.
detail of.
You can come up here. You can show it to him. He's lived it. He's been in the
Oh.
field.
Are you in some of those pictures?
Where's
So-
your waiters?
Here's the
went up
pond,
there.
and these green lines, these are the underground stormwater lines.
Okay.
So the water drains from Hamlet into this pond that we saw, and then
That's
to the
outlet.
south.
Yeah,
This is the outlet, and the
that's what
outlet's
I
to
was
Fowler
asking about.
Creek.
Okay, thank you.
That's the concrete outlet you were showing that picture?
Correct.
The bunker, so to speak?
Yeah,
That's correct. It's a 54-inch concrete stormwater outlet for the basin.
okay. All right, was there anything that we didn't address? I'm just looking at, like, we asked about protected trees. We had a question about the protected trees
Yeah.
and how many are being removed, and I know that's
So
covered in the
there
documents,
is,
but-
I have it, I know it was in Patrick's report and in our plans. I got it right here, if you give me 1 second. So. Trees, so there are 1,784 protected trees on the site, and 288 are proposed for removal. There's an additional 19 landmark trees that are proposed also for removal. And our tree replacements exceed the ordinance requirements.
And on the plan, a lot of that tree removal, some of it is, because it's been historically farmed, a lot of the trees that are there are along the natural features like Fowler Creek and then in the northwest corner. So comparing the aerial, there's some tree removal around the periphery of this woodland and a little bit through the woodland for the trail. One of the questions in the public hearing was the gentleman who lived in the hamlet, I think lives in the group of houses northeast of the site. The woodland back here, this woodland here on the screen that is northeast, this woodland belongs to the hamlet. So there's no activity on the hamlet side of the line. That woodland will remain. And then a lot of the other natural features are protected and landmark trees. Some of them are along the creek, and some of them are removed to build the detention basins.
Can we talk about I think this is a question for Patrick, the drains commissioner comment that allegedly was made at a meeting where the Wayne County Drain Commissioner said there is no infrastructure for a project this large. Do you know anything about why they would say that, or?
I wasn't there to hear
course.
the comment, and I don't know what the context was or if anything was ever put in writing, so I can't really speak to it. I wasn't there. But what I can say is with like this project, with all projects, they go through the county engineering department, and it will either be the county engineers or if they use a sub-consultant engineering firm to review according to the county standards and anything else that may come up. So that's about as much as I can speak to as a non-engineer who wasn't there.
Right, okay. Very good. I think that's the main questions that we had. I would like to actually, I know, Brian, you had a question earlier, so I'll start at your end.
Sure. Yeah, probably a lot of questions that don't necessarily circle around the environmental impacts, but what do I know? I'm just a ACAD developer guy, and I look at the whole thing in its entirety. So, Mr. Score, thanks so much for your presentation. I'll say this: we've dealt with this in Detroit before. Like culvert cleaning it's a maintenance action. It's not necessarily a permanent fix, unless there's like systemic monitoring to understand like water flow. It's going to be hard to evaluate like the impact that cleaning has. It's a maintenance issue. There could be so many factors that go into it, and it's not necessarily going to solve a problem. It's good. It's good to be able to do it. It's not necessarily what's going to create harmony with whatever you're doing new and the folks that live across the street. So I think there's some other factors that might dominate. Rainfall, impervious surface, you never know. This is something that's good. I don't know if it's a fix. The second thing is, what we haven't talked about is, I think the traffic is, for me, I don't think we've solved that. I know we have a study I'm not sure if it's been reviewed by Wade, I think our contractor yet, along with the county. And Patrick, is that right?
Wade Trim has reviewed it.
They did, okay. Do we have
Yeah.
results of it?
Yeah, they accepted the results. They had one condition about the eastern entrance. They were concerned about the drives because there's also the right turn lane into Grandview and then the outbound lane. And then there's if there's a center left turn lane, adding another lane up here, it could just be a lot of lanes. So they had recommended that that intersection comply with Wayne County standards.
Got it, got it. And the last thing I want to say is I think there's several ways, and everyone who's done this for a long time, you guys have done it for a long time, there's several ways to record what you say you'll do with the property, with that land, and that is that those promises need to follow the land, right? They'll follow the Wayne County Register of Deeds. It'll be like an access easement. We'd have a development agreement that you'd sign off on, even up to and including like special assessments, letters of credit. We can do, there are 5 or 6 different things that, of course, we can get Pulte to agree to be able to make this and effectuate this for the life of the development, period. So if those are things that you're interested in doing, I think those are things that can be done here and talked about and agreed to. Courtney, I know you're here. That's not your role, but with the township's council, to be able to say, yes, this makes sense because.
The township's council is here also.
Oh, all right, all right. Got it, okay, all right. They are one and the same. Fantastic, but, all right. Well, that can be agreed to, and again, you've done this before. This isn't your first time doing it. And those are the things that you can agree to in this case to make these things ironclad, suspenders and belt, to say that we're gonna do all this, even though we don't know whether or not it's gonna solve the whole problem. I wanna make that clear. Seen it before, and it never solved the entire problem. Does it help? Yes. But there are some mechanisms to allow you to be able to enforce that. I think the last thing I wanted to ask is the status of the land sale. What entity owns this property right now?
So we have it under option. The owner of the property is a private landowner.
Do we know the landowner?
I do. Do you know him or do we know?
I mean, do we know who the landowner is right now?
You probably do. I know who it is. But he is probably multiple LLCs.
Got it, okay.
There's I think someone said there's 18 parcels. That's right.
Okay.
It's an assemblage. There's one particular gentleman that has, again, multiple LLCs that owns the majority of this property. It's 225 acres, and there's a few smaller pieces that some private individuals own as well.
Got it. Okay, and everything's under contract or under option right now,
That's correct.
pending approval of the PD or of the yeah. Okay.
That's correct.
The entitlements. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Regenberger.
Thank you. I agree with you saying, yeah, this is a possible somewhat fix, but maybe we're trying to build on a place that shouldn't be built on because there's too many wetlands, just like maybe the place south of it shouldn't have been built on because there's too many wetlands, and we need it to soak up the water. I mean, unfortunately, this seems to be a continuous issue. We've had numerous people have come to us on different properties saying the trouble with Canton is the water's not getting sucked in because we have too many buildings that are there and the water has nowhere to go. And you guys are suggesting a place with more buildings. And again, the water won't have anywhere to go. So I think that that is a concern. And I appreciate all you guys have done. And I understand what you're saying in terms of fixing the river and trying to take care of all that. But I just am not convinced that it's really fixed. And then the traffic, I'm sorry that you're not having a road that goes out to Denton. I am well past 55, and I drive on Geddes to go to work. So I'm driving on there. I lived there. I'd be driving out to go down Geddes, and it's a lot of traffic. I sit at the lights for a long time because there's a lot of cars on the road. And I don't see this, even if it's 55 and over, it's still a lot of traffic that's going to be added to a road that's already very busy. And so again, it just puts it in a situation where these are the factors that are already there, and I don't see how building this development is going to fix that. In fact, I just think it makes it worse.
Yeah, well, it's funny with the Gettys Road access, it was kind of like pick your poison. We had Gettys Road access, and there are significant wetlands in that particular area. And so we didn't want to impact those wetlands. We didn't want to create any more issues relative to flooding or drainage. So then we took them off, took the access off, dropped the density by 30 some units, and we think we have a better result. And so that's where it's at. And with regard to the traffic, I can defer to my traffic engineer, who's the expert, who can talk about, you know, the Gettys Road access or what it's going to look like and why this is, you know, beneficial relative to the type of use and the age restriction, because I think it's a significant difference. And the only thing I'll say, and I don't want to beat a dead horse on whether it's a fix or not, because you're right, we don't really know. There's always the next storm that could be worse. But all I can tell you is that, you know, it was bad, and we had 2.2 inches of rain in April. We did a moderate fix. We have not fixed everything. We removed dams. We didn't get in the regional detention basin, and then we got more rain in July, which is another 3.3 inches after the wettest July, or the fourth wettest July on record, and we had no flooding, okay? So that is circumstantial, call it whatever you like, but that is a great result relative to what's been happening. Is it a total fix? Are all the problems? I would never sit up here and say that. That would be disingenuous of me. But it's going in the right direction, and I will maintain that that creek and that regional detention pond is head and shoulders the problem here relative to anything else that's going on that has been mentioned. That you have, as I said, you have 350 acres of uncontrolled and undetained water that is just flooding this area. It's sheeting over the land. It's going through the unnamed tributaries, hitting Grandview, coming from all angles, backing up on the Schultz property, coming over Barrow Road. It is blocked up, and it is a real problem.
Did you want to add anything about traffic?
Sure, Julie, come on up.
We've had a bunch of comments about that.
Sure. Julie Kroll with Fleece and Vandenbrink. We did the traffic study for this project. And Wade Trim did review the traffic study that we provided, and they were in concurrence with our recommendations. And they added a comment that they would recommend passing flares at in lieu of a left turn lane. And that was what Patrick was saying earlier, was to put in passing flares at the east side driveway and then right turn lanes at both side driveways. And Pulte has said that they'll do that as part of this project. So we're in agreement with Wade Trim and the recommendations, and Pulte has agreed to modify the site plan accordingly. In terms of traffic for this site, one of the things I understand, 55 and older, but it's really geared towards a retirement set. So there'll be some people that will go to work, but there will be, the majority of people in this development will be retired. And like most retired people, like my parents, they don't get up at 6 in the morning to get up and drive to work. They get up at, 10, go to the gym, go to the doctor, and come back home, usually around lunchtime. So the peak periods for traffic for this use are significantly different than a regular traditional subdivision, which peaks in the morning and then in the afternoon, where this kind of flattens out during the day with ins and out in the midday, and then drops off because they want to be home before everybody's leaving for work because they don't want to be out in that traffic. So it's a very different type of traffic pattern, and that's why you're seeing the peak period traffic volumes far less than a traditional single-family development, and then your daily traffic volumes are far less. Like my parents, when they go to the gym, they share a car and they go together. They don't take separate cars. So you see that a lot with these homes. Not everyone, but the majority is more like that. So that's why the traffic volume data shows the volumes are less and has less of an impact than it would as a traditional single-family development.
Thank you. Great. All right. Commissioner Weber, did you have any questions or?
I think I've said enough.
I mean, we were thinking that too, but.
I've got comments about the traffic issue. But kind of similar. I feel like I'm repeating myself on the traffic issues around the township as a whole.
Traffic issues. Commissioner Foster.
I think most of my questions have been answered. I did want, on the issue of enforceability, we do have Township Council and Deputy Supervisor Joe Halver here, and just wondered if he had any concerns about enforceability, making sure that that things are getting cleaned out.
Yeah, I think, can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
I think the comment was made earlier by one of the planning commissioners that and it may have been Doug, that the devil's in the details. But, you know, if Eagle, the township, Pulte, and the HOA can come to an agreement, there's certainly ways to draft the agreement to make it enforceable for all the parties.
You I think for me, I would want to see that level of detail before voting to approve it. I'm not necessarily opposed to this development. I think I would be in favor of postponing approval just until we get that level of detail and just until some of the other things that Township Planner Patrick Sloan brought up earlier. Yeah, I think that's what I'd say. Thank you.
Cruz, welcome. I didn't see you
Sorry, I'm
sneak,
late.
didn't see you sneak in.
Fighting traffic.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Traffic? Is there traffic?
So traffic, Julie, your TIS proposed what for the eastern entrance? A center left turn lane?
Yeah, so we had recommended a center left turn lane. Wade Trim reviewed it, and they felt that passing flare on the south side of the road would be more in line with Wayne County. So we defer to the townships.
What's your opinion on that?
Want my opinion on
Yeah.
that? If Wayne County is going to approve a passing flare at that intersection, then it's their road.
What if they approve the left turn lane?
Then it's still their road.
What would you propose? Like
We
you
had
as
proposed a
traffic-
left turn lane.
I agree with that. Right away when I saw that, you have two opposing entrances. There should be a left turn lane. Even merging onto there, a left turn lane safer. Why is Wade Trim afraid of 5 lanes, I guess? What's the purpose of that? So I appreciate that you're agreeing with the consultant, but if your professional opinion is the left turn lane, then we should stick by that. Wayne County just approved the left turn lane for the Mecca, and we went around the same exercise with this. This is even more of a situation where you have two entrances opposing one another. A left turn lane would be safer. So I guess I'd like a little more explanation on why Wade Trim didn't want the 5 lanes. I mean, if it's clearly striped, there's no danger there. It's a better intersection.
Point of order, Commissioner Cruz, and for Patrick, the county has approved the Wade Trim review of the TIS?
No,
Wayne County hasn't looked at it yet, to our knowledge.
no.
They
But
have a standard for the turns, and I think that's what the Wade Trim letter was referencing. But as Commissioner Cruz noted, they've approved a left turn lane in the case of Mecca recently.
Thank you.
you have to make the case to Wayne County. You have to push them a certain way that's better for our township. And I think your original design was a better design. The other point, the Denton Road access, I agree with Commissioner Eggenberger. Why was that taken off the table?
Yeah, that was our preliminary plan. And as we looked at the environmental issues on the site and did extensive floodplain modeling, we concluded that that area had a lot of wetlands, and there was high risk of flooding and drainage issues if we were to build a road, even if we didn't put any homes there, just build a road through that area, and we did not want to exacerbate drainage issues already in the area. So we took it off.
A roadway.
Well, you got to put, I mean, you're saying access off, you asked about access off of Denton. Right, where we putting a road through that area, impacting wetlands.
So those are regulated wetlands?
There are wetlands in that area, correct. Again,
The whole area?
I mean, I'd have to take a look at it again, but yes, it is a high-risk area. We considered it high risk relative to drainage and flooding issues.
Better designed to have that.
I mean, we did too. Like intuitively, it makes sense to have another access point onto a main road, but again, it's drainage is an issue, access is an issue, traffic is an issue. You got to figure out which one you're gonna.
Agreed.
Yeah.
I mean, what if there's an accident on Getty's? Your whole subdivision's dead in the water, basically. Can't move, you know. It's always better to have, especially on a corner, that would have been a better design if find a way. Yeah,
I mean, we looked at it. We spent a lot of time looking at this particular issue, and just concluded that, I mean, for the greater good, this was a better result. But I do understand your concern. I mean, that was our original proposal.
So the other point about, again, Commissioner Eggenberger nailed it. I mean, you've highlighted some major flooding issues here that have not been completely remedied. So Fowler Creek is under Eagle jurisdiction,
Natural water course, that's correct.
so it's not Wayne County jurisdiction. It's not a county drain, correct?
Absolutely right.
Okay. So what are you allowed to do by Eagle's permit standards right now? If you were to build this development, what will they allow you to do?
In terms of maintenance of the creek?
Yeah. Because there's certain restrictions
Right,
for waters of the state,
right.
right?
Well, I'll tell you what they've allowed us to do to date without a permit. And you can tell them, you actually were doing it.
Who are you?
So Paul Schick with Pulte Homes.
Okay.
So back in May, we met with John Jones with the Department of
Yep, I know
the
him.
Eagle. Okay.
Great guy.
And we walked the entire creek. And what we were allowed to do at the time and continuing to ongo for the maintenance is the removal of the deadfall, and the work, any work could be done by hand. So there's 39 blockages between Getty's and Denton. We were allowed to go in there with chainsaws, remove the blockages or the deadfall. We were unable to remove any of the stumps, which would cause any sort of erosion within the creek or sediment built up and, flush downstream. But that's what we were allowed to do. And we're
Bring an
continuing to.
excavator in?
No excavators, all hand.
That's tough work.
Yes.
So to Doug's point, that's expensive work, not to be able to bring an excavator. So the ongoing maintenance, did Eagle agree to that? If this were to be built, this ongoing maintenance that you're promising?
We didn't ask the question, but they.
You made the point that
Yeah,
you're gonna take on that responsibility with your association to do it.
yeah.
But are you gonna be permitted by Eagle to do it?
Well, it's a good question, but what I would say is when we made the request, Eagle had no issue with it, and they did not require a permit to do the handwork in the creek. So by extension, we believe that we can continue to do it, and we have continued to do it. We went in there in July, and we've maintained it ever since, and we believe that whether it's Pulte or the HOA, we'll be able to do the same work under the same circumstances, with the same conditions.
That's a good assumption, but with Eagle, I guess I would never assume anything with Eagle.
I think that adds to Commissioner Foster's point, though, Commissioner Cruz, that we need to see a framework of how this is going to work before, at least in my mind, before I can honestly try to approve something like this.
So,
Yeah.
not only that, I mean, before that, I would be more comfortable getting assurances from Eagle and Army Corps. You're actually storing in the floodplain through this plan, is that right?
That's a question for our engineer. I'm not sure that's correct.
Hey, Matt Bush, Atwell. We're not storing in the floodplain. We're creating 850,000 cubic yards more above and beyond what we're impacting the floodplain. So we pulled a bunch of units off the plan to pull the units out of the floodplain that we spent time and effort modeling. And then we're creating in the area where you wanted the road. It's currently floodplain right now, that whole area, and so we're using that to create more floodplain storage for the site in addition to a couple other areas on that one.
You're using floodplain for storage, is that right?
Yes, we are
Okay.
creating more
That's how
flood
you-
storage above the flood elevation, between the flood elevation and the low water, in that area over there too.
Okay,
so.
so, again, when I look at your plan, I knew there had to be something, because your ponds aren't scaled to this huge development, and it's because you're storing in the floodplain.
No, we're not storing in the floodplain. So, flood compensation. Most sites just have to provide compensation. You impact 1 cubic foot of floodplain, you have to create another cubic foot. We're going above and beyond that. We're creating what I mentioned before, 850,000 cubic yards. But additional floodplain storage. We're not. This basin's not in the floodplain.
Can you give a brief summary of what you just said? Because what you said when you weren't at the mic isn't going to be picked up on a recording. So,
No, I understand. It's hard not to be able
yeah,
to
we
point
need
to
like
something.
we need
so.
like a
Yeah.
lavalier mic over there.
So the 2 detention basins are not within the floodplain. Those are outside of the floodplain now, and we're providing oversized detention per Wayne County requirements in those basins. The original design of the regional basin was for the entire site originally, so those basins are above and beyond, in a sense, for the south, because we're detaining the entire south, not relying on the regional basin for that detention. In addition to that, we pulled a bunch of units out of the area to the east where that's wetlands and known floodplain, and we're doing more floodplain compensation in that area along other open areas along the site. So we're going above and beyond the amount of provided flood storage on the site that isn't there today. In addition to that, we're detaining not in the floodplain, but outside of the floodplain.
And you're outletting into Fowler, is that right?
We are outletting into
Okay,
Fowler,
so
just like it does
Eagle-
today, yeah.
Has Eagle reviewed your plan and stormwater management?
Eagle has not reviewed that. That would be the next step once we get buy-in to some sort of, the standard procedure, you do that during the
Yeah,
engineering review.
I always hear this process and I don't agree with it, because what Eagle comes back with alters your plan that we just approved, even if it's one step. And that's, have you went to Army Corps for permitting?
Don't have jurisdiction over this.
In the report, it said Army Corps is looking at the flooding issues? Is that right?
That's a separate project that we're working with the Army Corps on.
Okay. Really hesitant, like Commissioner Eggenberger said, you've got some major issues, and this will affect something else, right? Even the agreements to clean the Fowler Creek, I'd love to see those mechanisms in place. And I'd love to see Eagles say, yes, you can do this, and we'll allow you to do this. You could say you're gonna do it, but if the permitting agency doesn't allow you to do it, it changes the game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we can attempt to get some sort of approval that allows, ongoing maintenance indefinitely in the creek. I don't know that, that would be an issue. With regard to the mechanism to enforce the maintenance obligation, I understand what you're saying. It's not an unreasonable request. I think it's more akin to like a developer agreement that usually comes in after the fact, or it's a master deed and bylaws and a negotiation of those terms with the township that usually comes in during the final site plan near the end. So I don't mind trying to figure out what the legal obligation is and how we do it. It's just typically something that we would do, kind of at the end, not at the beginning before we have an approval. But again, that doesn't stop me or prohibit me from doing it. I'm just saying it's typically something that would happen later. Yeah.
So what you're describing in my mind is like when Wayne County requires the developer or the township to maintain your own development. Well, this is Fowler Creek. This is more than just your stormwater system.
No,
And that's what you're talking about. That comes at the end where the county wants an agreement from the township, and then the township will get an agreement with Pulte. But this is a different game. The Fowler Creek is not your jurisdiction. It's Eagles, and you don't have that assurance yet.
No, I agree with you. And I think getting that assurance from Eagle, I understand that, and I think we can do that.
It's an important step.
Yeah, I understood. And then how it's enforced and how it's in the way that it's reduced to writing.
I think you can work that out very easily.
Well, I think we can take.
through the
I think,
township.
yeah,
Agreed.
if we're game, like if my attorneys, we'll talk to the township attorneys and figure out what the right process and mechanism is and what it looks like in writing. And I don't mind doing that. I think it's reasonable. As I said, those things are usually done relative to a development agreement or master deed and bylaws, which usually comes in at the end. But if we have to fast forward or accelerate that, because these are unusual circumstances, that's okay with us.
Anything else, Commissioner Ocon? I'm sorry, Commissioner Cruz, jeez. I'm getting tired. The wrong Alan.
That's all I got.
All right.
Since you misnamed
Feel
me.
free to call me whatever you want.
Mic drop.
Commissioner Janowski.
Patrick, where are they at with the sizing of the utilities and the impacts on the utilities? I think that was stated that there was a main transformer line going through, a transmission line going through.
That's ITC, I think you're referring to?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so ITC's line goes through there. I don't think there won't be any connection or anything to ITC's line. If anything, there would probably be some kind of permission that may be needed for the road crossing that goes perpendicular to that.
But the overall sizing, so it's just as we were speaking about, so we have the water runoff with the storm system. So if it's not sized at the capacity that's needed appropriately right now at the site, coming off, like we said, it's running off into the detention basins. Same thing with the sewer septic lines.
Yeah, with the sanitary sewer, our engineering division would have to confirm that there's capacity to go from, in this case, 2 units an acre to 2.15 to make sure there's enough capacity in the system. And it's part of a larger sewer district, and we have several sewer districts within the community. So they would look at that district in particular and see what kind of capacity is there. With the water, there's usually not issues with sufficient, water, because there's usually plenty of water in our water system. And then the stormwater, that's really, with county engineers and township engineers and the ongoing work based on the discussion.
So basically what you're stating is if existing infrastructure has been planned for this development at what, two units per acre?
Yeah, in general, the sewer districts in our sewer plan, it has a synchronous relationship with our future land use plan and the recommended densities there. It's not a perfect calculation, but in general, as the sewer districts have been planned, it's generally been hand in hand with the master plan. As things get built out, it gets a little bit more refined in terms of, if it's well under capacity, or if a sewer district gets close to build out, we look a little closer to see if there's sufficient capacity based on what's left in that district.
So we have the margins for everything that we need.
Yeah, I think we do, but as a non-engineer, I don't know, to what degree there's additional capacity within this district. But we can ask our engineers to see if they know, if it's been modeled recently, or if it's in the same district as Grandview, they may already know.
Okay. So originally I appreciate what you guys have done in helping everybody out and stuff. Originally, I was against the idea of such a big development coming into Canton, because like everybody else, we had problems with flooding. We don't want a lot more people here. The density, everywhere you go, all the concrete and everything we do, parking lots, it's not good. However, in reality, the land is zoned for what it is, and I'm starting to see this as a lesser evil. And since you guys have been willing to work with us, I think that I'm a little bit more open than I had been prior in the past. You guys have, I don't know, what was it, like 3 months ago you guys were here?
No, time flies. I think it was more like 8 or maybe 7 or 8.
7 or 8
I mean,
months.
sure.
So you guys have worked really hard, and
Yeah.
I agree with the rest of the planning commissioners that, there's stuff that needs to be done still, but you guys have changed my mind a little bit about it. Like I said, I ideally want that land to be empty, but it's going to get developed. So would you want to just have someone come through and put thousands of houses and go right to where the maximum is, or have someone that's going to work with us? So that's my idea. I don't know if we're zoned, like park or non-use or set aside, then would be great. But thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I want to echo what you just said, Commissioner Janowski. I mean, I think, is this perfect? No. It's pretty nice, though. And I appreciate what you guys have done about the flooding, because that has been a big concern, and we've heard a lot of complaints about that over the years. So, I commend you for taking that on. And my concern is that if nothing happens, we'll go back to where we were. That if nothing happens here, we're going to end up with the flooding coming back, because nobody's going to be maintaining that waterway. And, I think this is a nice development. I think this will be a nice asset. I do have a question, though. Are you guys, maybe this is a question for the township, Patrick, by saying that 55 and up developments use less water and sewer, are you insinuating that those of us who are older than 55 bathe less? I'm just curious.
I didn't write that ordinance.
Okay.
Just 1 and 2 person households.
Oh, okay.
So there you go.
Just curious. Okay, so yeah, I support this. Do we feel comfortable making a motion one way or the other, whether we're going to postpone or whether we're going to approve? Yeah. All right, we're hearing a lot of.
I would really like it if you could figure out some way to get a road to Denton. And I don't know if that means you have to create some sort of, drainage system somewhere else, but as Commissioner Cruz said, what if there's an accident on Geddes?
Yeah.
I mean, that's a safety issue.
It's funny because when we pulled off the road, we pulled the road off the plan, I was like you. I was like, I don't see how this is a better result. It's just intuitively, from safety perspective, access traffic, and I was assured by my consultants that it works. The service levels are fine. That it would benefits drainage and floodplain, and so it was one of those things where we struggled with it, and given the sensitivity relative to the number one issue of drainage and flooding and stormwater management, we went this way. So I completely understand where you're coming from. I'm happy to take another look at it if that is the consensus. I just don't, frankly, I don't know what the,
So related to that flooding issue, so since we're talking, because these two kind of meld together here, the
Yeah.
flooding issue and the road, how much having that road in place, how much does that exacerbate or, you know, the flooding issue?
it's a great question. What, Matt, you want to take it? Yeah.
You'd be putting a 60-foot right-of-way through this area.
Yeah.
Through that area where kind of the maintenance trail is, so. No, it's fine, I'm good. We'll
Hector, can
figure
we get
this
a
out.
portable mic?
And there's a bunch of wetlands in that area too. So what we understood was that the biggest concern is get as much flood compensation as you can. And if the lesser of two evils now is provide the road and do less flood, we can certainly provide those numbers about how much flood impact, how much wetland impact.
Well, I think Commissioner Eggenberger makes a great point. I mean, if there's an accident on Getty's Road, common sense says I want to go to Denton.
Maybe the happy medium here, and it's not going to do a lot for traffic, but for safety, we could potentially do an emergency access there. It still would be an impact, but I believe it would be less of an impact in terms of the infrastructure. It's not ideal, but it's better than nothing when it comes to safety.
Well, I think there's part of your homework.
And typically, those emergency access, they're 20 to 24 feet wide, paved. They have to be paved and then gated.
Emergency for what? For
Emergency vehicles.
We've closed the public hearing, so
what
thank
good
you.
is that? I mean,
Well, I mean, I'm hearing some concerns that if Getty's Road, if there was a problem on Getty's Road and an emergency vehicle needed to access a site, they wouldn't be able to do it off Denton if there's no access off Denton. But if there's an emergency access off Denton, they could access it.
That's not my concern. That's not my
Oh,
question.
I thought it was a safety concern of accessing
No,
the
what
site.
I mean,
Sorry,
no,
maybe I misunderstood.
I'm just saying being able to get in and out of the development. If there, if,
the users.
yeah.
You're saying just general traffic?
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
I mean, it could be
I'm
a safety
totally
if
with you.
somebody needs to quickly go to the hospital and they can't get on Getty's Road because there's a huge accident and that's their only option. I mean,
But there's two distinct exits.
yeah, but Getty's is crazy.
So one thing I think we're forgetting, and Brian probably knows this, so when you put a road, you want to put houses on both sides of it. It's just not the road, you know, because I picture myself, oh, let's just put a road there. But it's X amount of road, and you probably have to stack your utilities around it, and then it's just blank running through nowhere, you know what I mean? So when they think of the road, they think, oh, the houses
Well-
are stuck on both sides.
So to that end, our original plan had a road, and it was essentially a no-loaded road. There might have been a couple houses on it, if I recall, but it didn't have any houses on either side. Again, because we didn't want it, we were sensitive to the environmental issues, and we didn't want to impact it any more than we had to, so we just put a road. But again, as we evaluated the road, we thought the impacts were just too great, the risk was too high, we pulled it off.
Madam Chair, call for the question. I'm ready to, I have a motion to
You have a
postpone.
motion?
Yes.
Oh, you are the motioner.
Sure. So I move to postpone action on the special land use preliminary site plan and condo ordinance variance on the subject 18 parcel site and applications 118 SLU 8480, 118 SPP 8481, and PZ 25-00004 VCON, subject to the following items being addressed prior to Township Board review of the applications, including Township Commission, Planning Commission, and that would be one, revised plan on traffic impacts, including investigation of roadway. Number two, further investigation into wetland impacts, and number three, impacts as they relate to stormwater.
Can we, I'm sorry.
Is there another one that I left out?
Well, I guess, yeah, the maintenance agreement of the,
I'm in the motion to include details of any maintenance agreement that would go with the actual development and land therein.
Do we want to add in the conditions that were in option one, the 7 conditions? Yes.
Including the 7 recommendations within the framework of the approval motion. There we go. All right, I think I did that well.
Support.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Watkins and support by Commissioner Foster. Any further discussion? Commissioner Eggenberger, could you call the vote, please?
Sure, Commissioner Cruz. Yes. Commissioner Eggenberger, yes. Commissioner Foster.
Yes.
Commissioner Janowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Watkins.
Yes.
Commissioner Weber.
Yes.
And Chairperson Zuber.
Yes, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
We wish you the best. We'll see you again. All right, next item on our agenda is, we're on number 2 now.
And it's only
Item-
9 o'clock.
Should we let these people clear out?
Yeah. Okay, item number 2 is sheets 049-PDM-8655. We are considering a planned unit development for, planned unit development district minor for several parcels on Al Smith Drive, Lots Road, and Ford Road. The properties are located on the south side of Ford Road between Interstate 275 and Lots Road. The proposed use is an automobile filling / multi-use station with convenience, retail, and grocery store, carry-out restaurant, and fast food drive-through restaurant. Patrick, please give us your report.
Thank you. We have a rather long report on this, roughly 9 pages. So I'll just go through some of the highlights here. The last thing I'll bring up is the traffic impact and the circulation. So the proposal is for a gas station at the southwest corner of Ford Road and Lots Road. And it's by definition, the ordinance, it's an automobile filling and multi-use station with a convenience retail and grocery store, carry-out restaurant, and a fast food drive-through restaurant on the 4 parcels at the southwest corner of this intersection. The drive-through portion of the restaurant we'll discuss a little bit later with regard to the impact on circulation. The site is currently zoned C3 Regional Commercial District and CBD Central Business District overlay. And automobile filling and multi-use stations are only special land uses in the C4 zoning district. Therefore, the applicant has applied for PDD review. The standards of the PDD provisions in section 27.04 of the zoning ordinance allow all uses authorized in the zoning ordinance to be considered, except for uses exclusively found in industrial districts. For the site itself, I'll bring up the plan sheet on the screen here.
The sheet.
And so what's proposed with the canopy on the north side in the front, closer to Ford Road, and the main building on the south. And some of the off-site improvements with regard to the traffic are there's a dedicated right turn lane proposed to be built on Ford Road going into the site. And there's a triangle separator, oftentimes called the pork chop, that is put there to regulate the intersection as right turn only, so right in, right out only. Another off-site traffic improvement is along southbound Lots Road, putting a dedicated right turn lane in so that vehicles can stack into the right turn lane and then they don't interfere with the passing traffic that's going to continue southbound. Another improvement that's proposed is a dedicated right turn lane northbound on Lots Road at the intersection of Ford Road. To jump a little ahead in the agenda, later in the agenda, we'll be reviewing Canton Oaks, which is south of this development, even farther south, just south of Willow Creek. And in the Canton Oaks development, the review of the traffic study also called for the construction of a right turn lane northbound on Lots Road at Ford Road. So that's something that was identified in the Canton Oaks development, something that the Canton Oaks developer has indicated willingness to participate in the construction of that. And we'll talk about that a little bit later in the agenda, but I just wanted to bring it up now just because it's in the same general area. I'll get back to the traffic and circulation and go through a few items in our letter where we had expressed some concerns about the development. One of them is for planned development districts, there's a requirement for market need. And this is in section 27.04 D9 of the zoning ordinance, that there has to be a community need and a market demand. And we told the applicant that we wanted to see some market data from them indicating why they chose the site, what kind of demand is there unmet demand? If so, how's that quantified? And as an example, we had shared with the applicant some market data from 2022 when the BJ's gas station was considered, and the township in that case had commissioned some market data to look at that particular gas station. There were some unique elements to that particular station of it being off of Ford Road, it being affiliated with a big box site. And so in 2022, it did indicate that there was market demand at that time. Also at that time, the BJ's gas station had been built. There was at least one other major gas station in the area that was undergoing renovations and was not in operation at that time. So since 2022, a lot has happened. The BJ's gas station is up and running, and anyone who drives by there on a weekend or at night, sometimes it gets pretty full. Also, renovated gas stations at that time have been renovated or the build-out's been complete. So the market data from 2022 is obsolete. And we've indicated to the applicant that it's old data. We don't want to use that data for something new because there's a lot of new information. So the data is outdated. But we gave it to the applicants as an example, and it asked them to update the data with whatever they have. We're not asking for anything proprietary. The township has subscriptions to Placer AI and CoStar where we're able to look through certain parts of market data to indicate market demand. But it's really something where the applicant has to show the market need. So what's been presented there using the old 2022 data, I don't think it's really relevant here. I'm not saying there's not market demand. I just think that there needs to be more put into it in terms of demonstrating it. And there's a lot of non-proprietary data that's out there that could be used. Another item of the development that we have concerns is for the definite benefits. The PDD agreement states a number of areas that the applicant considers definite benefits, but really are either not qualifying as definite benefits or they may minimally qualify. So for example, the building aesthetic, and the building looks really nice. It's brick on all four sides. It has nice canopies, but as you know, we have pretty high architectural standards in Canton for commercial buildings and even higher standards for buildings in the central business district overlay. So there's really nothing that would distinguish this building from a similar building elsewhere in the central business district that was not part of a PDD. And when we look at PDDs and we look at developments, we have to think about what would the development look like without a PDD? If this were zone C4, they were just doing a gas station and not a PDD, what would make this type of development stand out to make it meet the definite benefit standards of a PDD? And there are a number of things that are listed in the PDD agreement that we don't think qualify. Another item is the PDD agreement lists traffic access to the west. There is a proposed traffic signal west of the development that was proposed on the top Canton plans. With the denial of the top Canton wetland permit by the state almost a year ago, there's been no new activity with Canton on the top Canton plan. So we're proceeding as though the traffic light that's proposed on Ford Road in front of the top Canton development won't happen. So in terms of any future possible prospective traffic signal that's west of this development on Ford Road, I wouldn't count on that. There's nothing planned at this time, and if there is a traffic signal, we don't know where, when, who will pay for it, and what the impact will be. That would probably be so far into the future, we don't even know if the traffic study used today would be relevant for that. The applicant notes some traffic improvements and a willingness to construct a right turn lane on northbound Lots Road. In some cases, for example, special land uses and site plans, oftentimes there are off-site traffic improvements that are required by the public road agency, whether it be the state or the county. With the open space, there's a minimum of 25% open space required. And I think the open space on the site is maybe around 30%, but in terms of the open space for the gas station, the question is there anything that really usable, any usable open space? Is there anything going from 25% to 30 or even 35%? How is that open space used? What kind of benefit does that provide to the site and the surrounding area? There are also some additional benefits that are definite benefits, like oversizing the stormwater detention area and the bike repair station. The item with a definite benefit being additional landscaping. There are a few additional trees and shrubs that exceed the zoning ordinance requirements, but simply exceeding those standards isn't always a definite benefit. Sometimes those are things that are just required as part of the ordinance or can be incorporated as conditions of approval. And oftentimes requiring a few extra trees and shrubs as a condition of approval without a PDD agreement is usually agreeable to a developer. One of the major omissions from the PDD agreement from when it was originally proposed several months ago was that the original PDD application proposed level 3 chargers as a definite benefit. We thought that level 3 chargers, which at the time were proposed along that southern row of parking spaces on the south side of the site, we thought that those level 3 chargers would be a definite benefit because it would allow for, rather than refueling ICEs, it's basically charging electric vehicles and providing the same level of service. So for someone who stops and refills with gas and they go inside and they get something to eat, use the restroom, the exact same service could be provided for someone who's charging their EV. We thought this would be a benefit of something so close to the highway, so there would be a lot of 275 traffic that may be looking for a level 3 charger and could take advantage of having it not only convenient from the highway, but also as part of a gas station providing the same services where it's just not, a parking lot or a public building where, there's no commercial services. We appreciated having the level 3 chargers as a definite benefit in the original PDD agreement. And we think that having level 3s there would also continue to be a benefit. But they were removed from the agreement, we think, because of cost, but we don't have the details in terms of what exactly would have to happen to provide for level 3s in this area. I think we were just told that it was too expensive, that it would be too much for DTE to do it, and we don't know if that's a cost issue. We don't know if it's a DTE issue with logistics, but that's something we want more information about in terms of why couldn't a level 3 charger be put there. And if it's a matter of cost or planning, engineering, logistics, we want to know if there's something that Canton can do to assist, whether it's working with DTE. We just want to have more information on that, and we're just not willing to accept that level 3s are taken out of the PDD agreement just because of cost without having some detail behind it and having something that we can actually review and perhaps try to help the applicant with. So the last item, the major item, is looking at the traffic impact and the site circulation. With the traffic impact, the applicant has provided a traffic impact study prepared by CESO. Currently, Wade Trim is in the process of reviewing that traffic study. It's taken a while for that review because of the complexity of the traffic study and the surrounding developments in the area. Again, later in the agenda, Wade Trim had done a traffic study of the Canton Oaks development, and that's a very extensive traffic study review by Wade Trim. And I'm anticipating a similar level of review when that review is finished for the Sheets traffic study review. And so as of today, we have not yet received that review letter back from Wade Trim. So we can't make any affirmative findings on the traffic impact until we have that report back from Wade Trim and we're able to review it in depth. So on the traffic impact study, the applicant has submitted a study. It's currently under review by our traffic engineering consultant. So we don't have any findings to make there. And that's one of the reasons that we recommend holding the public hearing tonight, but postponing action on the application pending the receipt of Wade Trim's traffic study. So the last part that I want to talk about is the actual traffic circulation. And one of the important parts of the site is the circulation of how trucks will get in the site and out of the site. And Originally, when the application was submitted, we had asked for turn templates on the site. And the reason that we asked for turn templates is because, and there are lines that are associated with these vehicles, and I'll explain these in a moment. The plan that's on the screen here, it's an older plan from a few months ago from August. And it describes the geometry of both the fire trucks that are turning and semi-trucks that turn in, both going in and out of the site. So I'll show this August plan on the screen, and then I'll show the more updated plan that was submitted recently that's before the Planning Commission for consideration. If you're able to distinguish the colors, the fire truck emergency vehicle is in red, and the loading vehicle or semi-truck is in blue. And so we'll take, for example, an eastbound vehicle. So the red is the fire truck and the blue is the the turning truck. So there's 3 lines that are associated with each vehicle. There's the middle of the vehicle, and then there's the outer wheel on both sides. So if we look at the red fire truck, because it's a little bit easier to see, where this arrow is alongside the line, that would be the middle of the truck. And then the outer wheels are shown as the 2 outer lines. So in this case, the fire truck is turning into the site. It barely makes it with the right end turn with the curb. And then it immediately takes another right and swings into the site. This right lane here is outgoing traffic. So an emergency vehicle coming in, if there's outgoing traffic, there could potentially be a traffic conflict. Also, if we go back here, the blue lines with, it could be a fueling truck, it could be a beverage truck, it could be a food truck, snack truck, something like that. This truck actually drives over that median, and it goes into the oncoming lane of traffic. So if there's outgoing traffic, they want to turn right, they want to go eastbound. If there's a truck coming in there and they're getting ready to stack up, one of them is going to have to hit reverse and move back. So this gets back to one of the offsite improvements is the right turn lane on Ford Road. You'll notice that these vehicles are not in the right turn lane because geometrically it's impossible for them to do that. If they go into the right turn lane, they can't make that turn based on the radius that's there. One of the issues is just the direct right onto Ford Road. But what we have here is we have 2 90-degree turns back to back, and they're opposite 90 degrees. So they turn right to get into the site, and then they immediately turn left to get in, going southbound on this drive. And after going through this sheet, we'll go to the updated sheet that is for consideration. This just illustrates some of the concerns there. So you've got a right-turning major vehicle that can't use the right turn lane. On Lots Road, the condition is even worse in this case because, so here is the southbound fire truck, and you see the blue lines and the red lines. The blue line is for the semi, the red line is for the fire truck. Here, the vehicles make almost a 180-degree turn. And the reason they do that is because there's a proposed drive-through on the building. And drive-through restaurants have to have a counterclockwise circulation. So in doing that, if there's counterclockwise circulation, there would be a no-enter going westbound down this southern drive. So the major vehicles and the loading vehicles and the emergency vehicles, they have a 180-degree turn that's made there. So what would happen is if we first, as these vehicles come down, they can't get into the right turn lane where it has a right turn. They simply can't get there because the geometry won't allow it. So then they're at this turn and they have a left turn signal on. Now, if they can get into the site and there's no competing cars, they go into the site, and both the blue arrows and the red arrows completely occupy oncoming traffic. And they continue to occupy the oncoming traffic through much of this lane. So if there's any outbound traffic that is going back to Lots Road, and there's an inbound vehicle, the inbound vehicle is going to sit in the left turn lane and wait, and all the passenger traffic will continue to move off of Lots Road. Meanwhile, Because the loading vehicle and the emergency vehicle can't be in the right turn lane because of their size, they're actually in the travel lane. And there's one travel lane southbound on lots. So if a loading vehicle or, God forbid, an emergency vehicle gets stuck there and they can't turn in, traffic will continue to back up behind them and could possibly back up to Ford Road. So there's the circumstance with part of this, and it may not be all of it, is the drive-through restaurant is prohibitive to turning vehicles because basically there's a hairpin 180-degree turn that you're asking a large vehicle to make. If there's no drive-through fast food restaurant, it's possible that a vehicle could make a 90-degree turn, straighten out, drive westward around the site, make another 90-degree turn, and possibly make the geometry work if the fast food restaurant's not there. Going back to the Ford Road side, it might be possible to make those turns, but the applicant may want to consider trying to get an access easement farther south, because again, a vehicle would turn 90 degrees in, straighten out, go southbound, and when it's straightened out, make another 90-degree turn into the site so that two-way traffic can continue to function. So the layout is much the same in terms of the in terms of the site layout for the building and the canopy. There were some minor shifts between this plan and the more recent plan, but the shifts were not major. Also, the last point I want to make on this plan is that there's a right turn, right in, right out only on Ford Road, which means that any vehicles that are leaving the gas station and want to go back to 275, 100% of those vehicles are going to have to turn left onto Lots Road. So turning left onto Lots Road, there's going to be a lot of traffic there. Anyone who wants to go westbound on Ford, there's no light there, there's no way to do it except for turning left onto Lots. So if there are any trucks that are trying to turn and they have to make that 180-degree turn into the site and cars are stacked up here because they're either, whether they're going back onto Lots or westbound on Ford, there could be incidents of a lot of backups there. So next I want to go to the actual plan itself where the applicant has made some plan adjustments. So on the screen right now is the plan that's proposed as part of the most update revised set. And so what's shown here is the emergency vehicle has not changed from Ford Road. A fire truck can't get into the right turn lane, and it turns into the site from Ford Road, and it occupies part of the outbound lane going north. So there's still the same vehicle conflicts coming from Ford Road and possibly conflicting. So if there are cars stacked up, the fire truck would just have to wait. And if the fire truck's waiting and it occupies a travel lane, that right turn lane going unused, there could be traffic that tries to still enter the site and get ahead of the truck or bypass it. So there's still the same turn conflicts with a fire truck coming from Ford Road. Also, some of the same conflicts for a fire truck coming from Lots Road. With Lots Road, the fire truck goes southbound and it turns left. If the fire truck turns left in there, it still occupies much of the outbound lane, but it may just miss a vehicle depending on how sharp the turn could be. Again, the fire truck has to make a 180-degree turn and then occupy the oncoming lane for this eastern drive. For the loading trucks, the applicant has stated that for any loading trucks like fuel, beverages, snacks, food, et cetera, that they would access from the south on Lots Road. And they would come northbound on Lots Road, make a left turn into the site, and then go northbound into the loading area. So to actually get to the loading area, which is east of the dumpster, the truck would have to come northbound on Lots, make a left turn into the site, and then drive entirely around the site to get to the south side in the loading area. While doing that, and again, it's the blue arrows here, this would occupy the oncoming lane on this eastern drive. So that geometry doesn't work. Also, we don't believe that all of the fueling trucks and all the loading trucks will come from Lots Road going northbound. That would mean that any delivery truck, loading truck that's coming south on 275, they would bypass the Ford Road interchange, drive all the way to Michigan Avenue, make a left on Michigan, make a Michigan left onto Lots, and then go northbound. That would be about 6.5 miles out of their way just to avoid making a right turn into the site from Ford Road. Even if that was possible, I don't know of any way that that would be enforced. So that leaves us with some of the same site issues in terms of having the loading truck going into oncoming traffic on the site, especially the east side of the site, and making that turn. So those are some of the major issues with the site circulation. And again, we think that two things that should be considered is elimination of the drive-through restaurant because the traffic pattern doesn't work around the site, and also possibly trying to get an access easement from the drive off of Ford Road even farther south to see if there's a way to have those 90-degree turns spaced out a little bit. So the truck circulation plan, it's the most apparent here in terms of an impediment towards the type of development that's being proposed. And it could indicate potential overdevelopment of the site, whether it's having a drive-through restaurant, whether it's locating things in a certain area. It's a corner lot with 2 front yards, so sometimes there has to be more space to account for that. But those are design considerations that we would recommend seeing on revised plans. With that, our recommendation is that the application be postponed pending receipt and review of the following materials to address compliance with the standard of the ordinance. And we list 5. The first is revisions to the access for trucks for the site to comply with the access management and circulation requirements of the zoning ordinance. And going back to that, the circulation requirements are not optional in the ordinance. Those circulation requirements are specifically stated in the standards for gas stations. So this isn't just a PDD issue or something that is not within the ordinance. This is clearly stated in the ordinance itself for gas station uses. The second item is review of the report from Canton Township's traffic engineering consultant on the applicant's traffic study. The third is a statement of definite benefits pursuant to the definition in section 27.04 and the standard in the same section. The fourth is information regarding the feasibility of installing level 3 EV chargers on the site and potential alternatives. And fifth, updated market data to demonstrate market demand. So that concludes our staff report, and we'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Patrick. Is the project sponsor here?
Good evening, everyone. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right. My name is Alex Sawicki with Sheets. You can find me at 39300 West 12 Mile Road, Farmington Hills, Michigan. Great. Okay. So, I wanted to introduce you guys to a little bit about Sheets. I know you guys are probably familiar with what we do, but you're probably not too familiar with who we actually are. And I think that's a really important story to tell. So Sheets was founded in 1952 in Altoona, Pennsylvania. That's about 45 minutes south of State College. And for the first 20 to 30 years of our business, we were actually originally a restaurant and carry-out before we started selling fuel. And that's really important because it strikes true to who we are today. Most zoning ordinances are going to call us a fueling station or a gas station, but they leave out the fact that we are a restaurant and a grocery. But when you carry that timeline 70 plus years later, we now operate over 810 locations across 7 different states, including 3 here in Michigan with plenty more on the way. And over those 70 years and those 800 plus locations, we are still family owned and operated by the Sheets family. There are approximately 12.5 family members that work in the business every single day. And I can personally attest to their involvement, their direct involvement in the business, because one of them directly leads the team that I'm on. To go back to what I was saying about the restaurant, for those of you who have maybe not been there yet, it's really hard to grasp the concept of what makes Sheetz so great. We do have full kitchens inside. We have the restaurant and the carryout. On our menus, which you can order on those touch screens over there, you can actually get 1.8 million different combinations out of our kitchen. The program's called Made to Order. You can see it up there. And you can basically customize anything, any way you can think it. If you want to get a salad and you want to make it really unhealthy, you can put cheese sticks and whatever else you want on top of it, or you can have the healthy options too. You can get pizzas and tacos and chicken sandwiches and the salads and rice and bean bowls, and the options really are, well, they're limited only to 1.8 million. We also have Sheetz Brother Coffee, which is underneath that red roof over there, where you can get all of your coffees, your espressos, your smoothies, your milkshakes, all those types of things, also custom made to order however you want it. And we also have signature recipes and that type of thing too. There's 30 seats inside with an additional seating outside as well. Maybe not today, it's a little cold out, but you get the idea. So going back outside, well, these were labeled at the bottom, but this is a rendering at the intersection looking southwest. But as Patrick pointed out earlier, we do have four-sided architecture, high quality materials, full section brick and stone on all sides. We do have that outdoor dining, top-notch landscaping. Excuse me. And with that landscaping, I kind of want to leap into something else that's really special about Sheetz. We do all our own maintenance. We haul our own fuel in Sheetz trucks driven by Sheetz employees. Same with our food trucks, our distribution employees. I said we do all our own maintenance. There's actually 700 different job descriptions at Sheetz, because we believe in doing everything in-house, having that ultimate control of our business. And that's one of the things that has made us as successful as we are over the past 70 years. Speaking of all those 700 different jobs, Sheetz is really, really good to work for. So you have all heard of the Fortune 500. Well, Fortune also puts out a list of the top 100 companies to work for. Sheetz has been on that list for the past decade. We're one of the 100 best companies to work for in the entire country. When you narrow that down by category, so Sheetz would be in the retail group, we're the second best retailer in the entire country to work for. Part of that is all the things I have in front of you. We have top-notch medical and dental, paid time off, parental leave, all the financial assistance, the retirements, quarterly bonuses, tuition reimbursement. And I like to get anecdotal about some of these things to really prove exactly what I mean. So I started at Sheetz. I was an electrician by trade. So I started at Sheetz in our maintenance division. I worked up the ranks. I've been with Sheetz 7 years now. They put me through school, both my bachelor's and master's degree, and now I work in our engineering department. The career opportunities at Sheetz are endless, and they really, really are just super great to work for. I don't know how much I can express that to you. Okay, so now that I've kind of talked to you about who we are, we can start talking about this project in Canton Township specifically. So as you know, we're here to request a recommendation of approval for our minor PDD this evening. It is a 6,139 square foot restaurant convenience store with a convenience lane and gas station, southwest corner of Ford and North Lots. You probably all know where it's at. It is 2.715 developed acres, and it's going to have 8 fuel pumps. Patrick showed you on the screen earlier. And I wanted to show you kind of those elevations, maybe a little bit more up close. Again, those high quality building materials. We also have the foundation plantings around the north and the west sides of the building. There's that outdoor seating you can also see. We also include bike racks on all of our sites, multiple pedestrian access points. We do try to make it super pedestrian friendly. And I did take the opportunity to make some renderings for you this evening. So this is if you're on Ford looking southeast. This is a bird's eye if you're on North Lots looking northwest. Another bird eye at the intersection looking southwest. And the last bird eye is on Ford looking southeast. So I wanted to start to address some of the items that were in the planner's report. We'll make this fast. So we'll go through these again, like I said, pretty fast. So one of the comments that the planner had was on the lot area and lot coverage. So the report indicates that the parcels are 2.18 acres. They are actually 2.715 acres. The lot coverage does meet your requirement at 9.31%, which is below the 10%, but that is before we are required to dedicate right-of-way, which is being required of us. So even though that we are required to dedicate right-of-way, we will have to seek a modification of that with that understanding. Another item that was brought up was on the fueling canopies. Over the course of 4 rounds of review with Township, there have been a lot of iterations, both of plans and the elevations and various things. The latest plans actually showed a compliant canopy, which I'm going to show you here in a second. It is flat. Brick goes all the way to the bottom of the decking. We would request the leave that has become fairly standard in the township, as the planner's report pointed out, that it is not attached to the main building. You guys have waived that requirement a few times before. So here's those elevations of that. It's also shown in the renderings I showed you earlier. Flat brick all the way to the top. Driveway spacing. So this is one of the 4 modifications that we're asking for. We do concur with staff that our driveway placement on Lots Road, the southern driveway that matches up with the Home Depot drive, it is less than 230 feet away from another existing driveway. That's our property owner to the south owns some land down there. However, staff does recommend that this modification is okay because of its position lining up with the Home Depot driveway and getting as far away from the intersection of Ford as possible. Site circulation, Mr. Sloan went over this pretty extensively. So our plans are prepared and sealed by a professional engineer and show that our truck circulation does work as designed. The only plans that should be referenced are the latest, the 4th iteration, which came in on 9/24. And the problems that the planner is indicated, we do not feel are a substantive issue because we are actually able to control our actual trucks. So as I mentioned earlier, we haul our own fuel in Sheetz trucks driven by Sheetz employees. Same with our food deliveries to our stores. We do this at 810 locations across 7 states. They're a huge part of our workforce, part of those 700 plus different job descriptions. We're actually building our 3rd distribution center ever. It's just south of the border in Findlay, Ohio, which Michigan will eventually be serviced out of. We are able to control the routes that our trucks take because we do it all the time. There are locations where maybe there's weight restrictions on specific roads that we can't drive our trucks on. We have to make sure that our trucks don't do that and they go in a different way. We basically give our drivers a binder and they look at, well, they get used to their routes. So they don't have to look at it every time. But when they're leaving a particular store, going to their next stop, they look at the binder and they see exactly how they're supposed to drive and which entrance they're supposed to drive in and where they're supposed to park. That's how we do it. Pretty easy. Nothing too complicated about it. To the points that Mr. Sloan was making about conflicts, we'll tackle the emergency vehicles first. Typically, emergency vehicles, they have their lights and sirens on. People tend to stop, get out of the way for them. For the trucks, because they're our employees, we have trained them specifically to make sure to avoid customers. We also are able to control the timeliness of their deliveries, and we watch out for these sorts of things. This is a condition that exists at other Sheetz throughout our footprint. It also exists at businesses new and old, all through Canton Township and all over the country, and everything tends to work just fine. Okay. A couple of these things will be reiterative because we just talked about truck routing. So the drive-through access management, this comment is again resolved by further understanding of our operational control of our trucks. Traffic impact study. So we did submit a traffic impact study back in May. It was reviewed by Wade Trim. And in response to those comments and the requests of township staff, we revised it back in July. That was to remove the Topgolf development, include our friends in Canton Oaks. We agreed to pay for half of this non-traditional third-party review. Again, that was 5 months ago. We're very excited to see the results of that when they come in. But our improvements will show that we're not going to worsen the intersection any. We're actually going to make some of the movements better. And as Mr. Sloan pointed out, Canton Oaks also came up to the same conclusion with some of the proposed improvements that we have at the intersection, proving, getting a fourth opinion at that point, that what we're proposing is what's best for the intersection. Also, if you do have traffic-related questions, we do have our traffic engineer with us this evening. Okay, loading. Again, we're able to train our drivers. Operational control kind of solves this issue. Market need. So we did submit a market study with our initial application, and then we did revise it further with some of the data provided by the township. So there was an initial market study that we provided that was outside the data provided by the township. So I'm going to give you some highlights from both of those reports. As you guys know, Canton Township's population is growing, and the household income is also increasing. From the township, Canton residents spend approximately $189 million a year in fuel. 118 of that is spent outside the township, meaning local demand is unserved. Despite projected dips in national demand, whether it's from EV or higher fuel efficiency cars, your population is growing. So the demand here is growing. We also are a differentiated model. Remember, I talked a lot earlier about how we're not just a gas station. We're also a restaurant. We're also a convenience store. We sell a whole bunch of grocery items. That also contributes to our market demand. There are no 24-hour fueling options east of I-275 within the township, and there are very limited 24-hour food operations in the whole area. And additionally, all these new residential developments coming in further proves population is increasing, further demand for it. And I want to point out, Mr. Sloan earlier mentioned about BJ's, how you go there on a certain day and they're super busy. Proof of demand right there. Okay, the PDD definitive benefits, we're going to go over here in a little bit because that's a pretty big topic. So let's talk about EV, because that was brought up. Okay, so initial conversations with the township indicated to us that they have a desire to have EV here. And we think that's a great idea. We still do. We think that there is a decent demand for EV in the area. Sheetz is really big into it. Of our 800 some locations, we have, I think it's closing in on 150 locations have EV now, and we're constantly adding them. We review every single site to provide EV if it's an option. Right now, in general, we utilize third parties to provide that, although we are very close to being able to have our own option. So close that that was one of the things we were looking at for this location, because no third parties were really interested in being here. There was one, but they since backed out. Presumably, for the reasons that I'm going to go over here, and the same reasons why we pulled it off of our original plans. We started doing extensive due diligence through DTE, and this is DTE's EV energy usage map. The red box is our proposed location. In that highlighted polygon just west of the red box, there is 170 kilowatts available for EV charging. We were going to need 2,500, not even close. Not to mention, there is none available actually where our red box is. So right now, as DTE's grid stands, the power is not available. So we reached out to DTE. What would it take to make power available? They sent us a letter after working with them, after sending plans, all the specifications. And these are the two options that they would need to do, one of the two. If you look at the second one, one of the risks associated with it is we would have to get permission or easements from a whole bunch of different property owners to be able to build new facilities in their front yards. Not super feasible. Someone will eventually say no. So you have to look at option one. Option one comes at a cost of approximately $2 million just to get power to our site. That's on top of the $1 million that they'll take us to put in the EV equipment. That $3 million represents a 30% increase to our project budget, making the project not economically feasible. If the power was there and we didn't have that $2 million, we might be having a different conversation. But unfortunately, it's not. Because remember, we still would love to provide it there. And we understand the township still has a desire to have it there. So we are very interested in working with the township, and we've engaged the township across various levels to see if they can engage DTE to do something about this situation, because we also understand the township has a global goal of being able to have EV charging all up and down the Ford Road corridor. So any improvement there is going to help out everybody. Okay, that's enough of me rambling on. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gaber, who is going to go over the PDD criteria with you. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is John Gaber. I'm the attorney for the applicant, and we're all here for a PDD approval. That's the request before you tonight. And I wanted to essentially go through the PDD criteria that are in 27.04D of the PD ordinance, because those are the criteria that we're held to. Those are the criteria that you're charged to review to ensure this proposed development meets those criteria. Now, I had submitted through Patrick a letter earlier that hopefully he left for you that goes through this in greater detail, but I just wanted to kind of summarize these issues and show how we meet all of these PDD criteria. I will try my best not to be repetitive, because through Patrick and Alex, some of these points were already made.
One second, everybody.
Sorry about that. So if you look at the PDD criteria, on the left we have the recitation of the criteria from your zoning ordinance. And on the right are the reasons we believe that we comply with that requirement. Aesthetics of the building and integration of the site is one of the criteria. And that was mentioned about the building, how well the building has brick on all four sides, and accents with stonework and metal accents and such, and a matching fuel canopy. The site is integrated as a single site for circulation, and if you look at the landscaping, the screening, we've got a 25-foot berm landscape buffer on Ford Road, one on Lots Road, and then 20 feet on the south side of the property. On the west side, there's a row of evergreen trees that spans that buffer area. So we believe that these landscape plantings significantly exceed the ordinance requirements. For all these reasons, we feel that we meet that first criteria. The second criteria is consistency with the master land use plan and the zoning ordinance. And as you've seen, the township decided that this property comply with the master plan when it recently rezoned it to C3 with a CBD overlay. The master plan provides for this corridor to be commercial. And the master plan also provides the highway-oriented uses which sheets can be considered be located within 1 mile of the I-275 interchange. So for all these reasons, we believe that we're consistent with the master plan with this proposed PDD. The next criteria is compliance with applicable regulations. The proposed PD complies with all the township ordinances, except there are 4 minor modifications that we're requesting. 2 that were in our PD agreement that we submitted, and 2 more that Mr. Sloan pointed out in his staff report. The first 2 are minor landscape reductions in the parking lot landscape island next to the building, and also in the width of the foundation plantings, so that we can have a wider sidewalk to provide better access for pedestrians. The other 2 are that the Lots Road access drive is less than 230 feet from the driveway to the south of it. We're asking for a minor modification of that because that's the location that essentially was decided with staff's help that made the most sense for the drive because it aligns with the Home Depot drive across the street. And then finally, there's a slight increase in the 10% of building coverage ratio that Alex mentioned a little while ago. So those are the 4 that we would request minor modifications of and would be in the PD agreement. The definite benefits is something that has been discussed here, and we believe that we're providing the definite benefits as set forth in our PD agreement. First, that with regard to the development of the west of the site, there being a traffic signal installed. As Mr. Sloan mentioned, that's not definitive now, but it is something we will agree to connect with, to add an access drive. So if there is a traffic signal and a east-west road that's south of Ford Road, we will connect to it to help ease traffic flow through that corridor. So that's the first benefit that we're providing. The second is that we believe we're reducing some traffic on Ford Road west of I-275. And the reason is because we're providing multiple uses on the east side of I-275. Right now, due to the limited offerings on the east side, if somebody were to leave their home, say in the Lots area, they would generally have to travel west of I-275 to find the retail establishments or the fuel station that they're looking for. Sheets is going to alleviate some of those trips. Next, the benefit is pass-by traffic that's generated by these type of gas station sites with made-to-order food. Our traffic impact study shows that about 76% of our customer base is derived from pass-through traffic. And that pass-by traffic, what that means is those are people who are already on the road. Those are not people who are going to leave their home or their business, then travel to Sheets and return to their home or business. These are people that are already on the road, so that traffic is already there that we're servicing. So we're not increasing the traffic by enticing that pass-by travel, those travelers to stop at Sheets. Next would be the traffic improvements that were mentioned, the 3 turn lanes that are being added. In addition, there would be signal infrastructure improvements and signal timing optimization. Of course, those are all subject to MDOT and county approval, but those are what our traffic impact study proposed. The next benefit is we exceed the open space requirement, which is 25%. We're providing over 32% open space. And one of the benefits of that is we can provide a pollinator garden, about a 430 square foot pollinator garden on the site, which we wouldn't be able to do otherwise, that we believe provides a benefit to the community. The next benefit is we're installing a sidewalk on the west side of Lots that wouldn't need to be there otherwise. The next benefit is that we're providing additional capacity in our underground stormwater detention system. A 10% overage to basically facilitate stormwater drainage elsewhere that's created in the area other than our site. So we believe that that is a benefit as well that we're providing. We're providing a bike repair station to service riders on the nearby trail that we believe is a benefit. And then we're providing landscaping that greatly exceeds the ordinance requirements. That is in my letter. There are considerable evergreen trees, deciduous trees, shrubs and such that we're providing in excess of what the ordinance requires. So those are the definitive benefits that we believe that we're providing to this site, which justifies use of the PDD. The next criteria is density. This really doesn't apply to a commercial development. The next would be maintenance for privately owned common open space, which really doesn't apply either because the applicant will be obligated to maintain any open space on its property in accordance with its site plan and township ordinances. This is a single-user site with Sheetz having this responsibility. And of course, we'll enter into any stormwater maintenance agreements or any other customary agreements that the township or other governmental authorities require. So we believe this requirement is met. The next criteria is the minimum size of the planned development. PDD, a minor PDD has to be less than 20 acres and a commercial building less than 40,000 square feet. And you see on the right that we satisfy that criteria. Number 8, a natural habitat. The development has to comply with local laws and ordinances regarding, the environment and such. And, our concept set plan and the operation of the property will comply with these ordinances, regulating any environmental issues. And then we've got the pollinator garden that helps with the natural habitat as well, thereby satisfying this requirement. Number 9, the need and the market demand. Alex went into that in some greater detail than you see here. But essentially, if you look at this, this empirically, from a common sense standpoint, the supply on the east side of I-275 for gas station and for made-to-order food service is very limited. So this will provide an additional supply on that side of the road to service the additional rooftops on the Lots Road developments, the Canton Oaks development that's coming up, as well as the existing developments that are currently there. So therefore, we believe that the supply and the demand satisfy this requirement and justify the need for the sheets. Negative impacts, there can't be any negative impacts that are substantial in 3 areas. First is a fiscal impact to the township, and we meet this because the tax revenue justified, that'll be realized is greater than what's currently generated with a small physical therapy office and a house on the site. And second, all of the road and utility infrastructure will be paid for by the applicant. That will not be at the expense of the township. The economic impact on surrounding neighbors. Well, with the improved aesthetics of the site, we believe that'll increase the value of surrounding land that's zoned or planned for commercial purposes. And this is part of the trend that the city or the township has established to redevelop surrounding properties, which will increase their value. And as it pertains to the impact on future development, as I mentioned, we will basically be perpetuating that trend to meet the township's desires. Number 11, open space and public and recreational facilities bond. That really applies to common open space, which doesn't really apply to this site. Number 12, open space requirements, computation. We're providing 32.11% coverage with open space in excess of the 25% ordinance requirement. Number 13 is the criteria relative to public access and traffic impact that's been gone over in some detail tonight as well. In essence, we believe that we're providing, we're providing a level or increased level of service for this intersection in this area with the changes we're proposing to the signal heads, to the timing on Ford Road, and to the 3 right turn lanes that have been mentioned earlier in the presentations. 14, recreational needs. This is not applicable to commercial uses. 15, required setbacks in yards. We meet these. We're not asking for any modification of these requirements. And then finally, number 16 is unified control. The property, all the 4 parcels will be combined into a single site, and this will be owned by the current property owner and leased to Sheetz. So for all these reasons, we believe that we meet the PDD criteria justifying approval. And I just wanted to mention that at the end of my letter, we attached a draft motion for approval if the Planning Commission deems it appropriate, which is our request this evening. And that draft motion includes the 4 modifications that we mentioned earlier that we're seeking. So I will turn it back over to Alex, and I appreciate your attention.
Hi, it's me again. So we're getting ready to wrap up here. Just got a couple more slides, going to summarize everything, and we'll get to answering your questions. So really want to talk about those benefits versus modifications again. I apologize, the 4th modification was just added earlier this afternoon, so it didn't make it to the slide, but I will verbalize it for you. The slide should kind of show you what I'm getting at here. We're providing 10 high-quality benefits, proposing benefits, versus 4 very minor modifications. So again, those benefits are the aesthetics of the building. You're required to have 50% brick or stone. We're requiring 100%, or excuse me, we're providing 100%. That's well in excess of your requirement, which qualifies as a definitive benefit. If when the traffic signal to the west is installed where the Topgolf may or may not be, we agree that we will cooperate and allow access into the driveway that we are constructing. Not something that we are required to do, but if that were to ever happen, that will help with traffic flow. The proposed development is likely to divert some traffic away from the west of Ford, I-275, which will help congestion on that side of town, outside of the highway. And we do primarily service pass-by traffic, so we're not essentially creating any new traffic, but we're providing that service to the neighbors in the area. Installation of certain traffic improvements, which we've gone over. Open space, additional sidewalk all the way down the west side of Lots Road, oversized capacity to the underground storage detention system. We've talked a lot about flooding this evening, so that's a pretty big one. Addition of a bike repair station that you have the I-275 trail right there, and then all the additional landscaping well above the ordinance standards. For example, there's 144 additional shrubs that go above and beyond what's actually required. 1,600 square foot of additional parking lot landscaping that's not required, and the pollinator garden. Those are some of the big ones. Versus the very minor modifications that we're requesting. So it's reduction of 1 parking lot landscaping bed, not a full reduction, just a slight reduction in size. Reducing the width of the foundation landscaping's pretty minimal. The Lots Road access drive being less than 230 feet away, which we talked about earlier, which staff indicated they're okay with. And then the 4th was the building lot coverage on the site. You have a 10% requirement. We meet it before the right-of-way that we're required to dedicate. Afterwards, we're more like at 11%. So big difference. The benefits that we're providing are, with the traffic improvements, well over $1 million worth of benefits. Okay. So, as John went over, what you're actually voting on this evening, you're not voting on the site plan, which I know you all know. You're actually voting on these PDD criteria. There are 16 of them, which he went through. Took the liberty of putting the nice green check marks next to the black and white ones. Those are ones that you don't have to think too hard about. You do comply. They're empirical in nature. And then the ones where you have some leeway in determining whether we comply or not, I marked as such, and I think we've stated our case on why we think we meet those additional criteria. So, as John kind of mentioned, in your packet, you're going to see an example of a motion to postpone this evening. Generally, you would also see 2 other motions, one to approve and one to deny. We think that you should definitely consider a motion to approve this preliminary plan development district this evening. We've spent the past 11 months working diligently with township staff, consultants, various agencies, everyone under the sun, to put forward a really solid plan for you guys. One that we think and believe complies with all the PDD criteria. And we've also agreed to collaborate further with adjacent developments on issues such as traffic and community benefits, and continue our work on potentially providing EV here, hopefully with the township's assistance with DTE. Oops, excuse me. Apologize, let me find where I'm here. Okay, so all of these benefits that we talked about, they're real, they're tangible, they're going to benefit the community. They're not to be, discounted. We've invested huge dollars in local resources like our engineers, our traffic consultants, our land use attorneys, to put forward this really good plan in front of you. We also want to remind you, which I know you know, this is a really long process. There are many more meetings that we're going to have. There are many approvals and reviews that will be done by all the AHJs, many permits they're going to need. This is a very long process still ahead before we'll be able to put a shovel in the ground. And because of that, we are going to continue to work with the township to make sure we deliver the best possible project for the community, because we're community oriented. We're family owned. We want to be a good partner with the community. We feel that a motion to postpone this evening is only going to delay the massive amount of work that has already been done over the past 11 months. And we feel, because what you're actually voting on this evening are these PDD criteria, that you can actually make a motion to approve this evening, which will allow us to continue this good work on all these various meetings that we're going to have. You're definitely going to see me again. Sorry, I will be much shorter next time. And with that, that concludes our presentation, and me and the team are available for your questions.
Thank you. Making a motion?
Madam Chairman, I move to open the public hearing.
Support.
All right, I have a motion by Commissioner Weber and support by Commissioner Foster to open the public hearing. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Awesome. Who would like to speak about this project from the public? Sir, come on up to the mic.
Thank you. My name's Hassan Beydoun. I live at 899 Burlington Road, right on Brookside Village, Cherry Hill and lots. I've lived there since 1999. I've watched that area grow and grow and grow. And now we have another project over there on lots. It's I think it's an apartment complex from what I see. And it's gonna add more traffic on any given day on that light. Whether you're gonna go right, it's probably about 3 light cycles. If you're going left, it's probably 4 or 5 light cycles. A couple of things they mentioned in their presentation about not having a 24-hour gas station. Actually, we do have one. It's just east of the bridge, of the railroad tracks, just on the other side of Ford and John Hicks. It's an Exxon with the Tim Hortons, and it's owned by a Canton resident. So I would actually request from you tonight, maybe not to postpone this, but actually just deny it and have them look at a different site. This site just doesn't work. It's a mess. It's really a mess over there. So just have them look at a different site. Save them their time, their money, and have them look somewhere else. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Chair, I move to close the public hearing.
Are you
Oh,
coming
sorry.
to the?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. We were,
Sorry, I
didn't
send it
realize
out.
that there was somebody.
Sorry about that.
If anyone else wants to talk, could you just raise your hand after this gentleman, please? Thank you.
Sure. Nasser Siddiqui, 148 McDougal Court. PDD criteria, analysis of market need and community need. There are 4 gas stations 24 hours within half a mile of this proposed property that offer pizza, chicken, fuel at all times. So I don't think it really serves an additional need or a market demand. As you know, gas consumption is already continuing to deteriorate. Hybrid vehicles are already out there which go a further distance. Electric vehicles are on the come up as well. So the need for more and more gas stations are on the decline. So there's no market need for additional gas stations. Additionally, this was not zoned for a gas station, but I guess we're here to try to go the PDD route. And additionally, this property really doesn't offer anything unique. I know the city requested some level 3 chargers, which would make them a little bit different or help them differentiate themselves from somebody else in the community, which they denied. They said it wasn't in their budget. So that was another thing that, and the gentleman put up a nice little sheet that you can make your decisions on based on their PDD criteria. 4 of the answers were, we think so. With the traffic impact, the market need, their answer was, we think so, that it suffice for there. So I think you should need something more substantial than them saying, we think so. And I know Mr. Sloan mentioned the geometry doesn't geometry. He said that multiple times when we're reviewing the emergency vehicles coming into the parking lot and the fuel tankers coming into the parking lot. And on both sides, if, heaven forbid, one of those fuel tankers tip over, it could be a very difficult situation. And the city planner also mentioned if it's turning in, there is a chance it just may miss a vehicle. So having the review, which was a great review by the city planner, and the we think so method of, oh, it's gonna fit, we know what we're doing, and it doesn't really provide an additional uniqueness. I think all those, you should just turn it down. I don't think the city of Canton really needs another 24-hour gas station.
We are a township, actually, but thank you. Thank you. Sir, go ahead. Mr. McCausland.
So my name is Daniel McCausland. I am the property owner for this project. I'd like to say, first of all, first and foremost, these guys are the real deal, and they are a signature company. We've been waiting all these years since the corporate overlay was impeded on us. We've been waiting for a corporation, corporate overlay. Finally, after 39 years, me and my brother have been there for 39 years, here comes the corporation. And it's the corporation you want to get aligned with. This is not just a gas station. This is a corporation. These are people that have things thought out. They know where the trucks are coming. They know they could come at 2 o'clock in the morning instead of 10 o'clock in the morning. They're not just jamming in. They're not just ramming in. Everything's thought out. Everything's studied. Everything's drawn. Everything is calculated. I've been with these guys now for 2 years. They looked at the site 2 years ago. This is simply land rights. This is simply land rights. When the corporate overlay came across, they said, buy more property. We went in debt, millions of dollars in debt, bought more property, found out you couldn't use it, waiting for the corporation. Here's the corporation. It's 10 o'clock at night, and you're talking about 4 things for the corporation. So I've seen a lot of things go down in this community, and I see a lot of things that have gone through in this community, but now this seems to be sticking out on 4 things that really make no sense at all. But take it from Bob and Dan, who've been there for 39 years. It's simply land rights. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Yusuf Shahari. I live at 6433 Kanasa Road in Canton. And I have lived in Canton for 16 years. I care about this community, and always I try to help what I can. A month ago, I spoke to you about a similar project, gas station proposed at Ford Road and back. The board decided it was not a good fit for our area. Today, I kindly ask you that you use the same rules and the same project. The same judgment for this request. It has the same issue, heavy traffic, safety concern, and many gas stations already within 1 mile radius. Mr. Singh mentioned during the Ford Road and Bag rezoning that there is also possible gas station in Cherry Hill Village, which is also within same 1 mile radius. which is which is why he didn't recommend the gas station in Ford Road and back. While Ford Road and Lodz has 4 gas stations within less than 1 mile. Back in February 3rd, during the hearing about this proposed gas station, Mr. Lee explained how he sometimes turns through the Walmart area to avoid the traffic for Road and Lodz. This shows how bad the traffic already is, with Mr. Lee and Mr. Singh complain about these things. That should be enough reason to deny the project entirely, not to postpone. For all those reasons, I ask that you please reject this project as well. And you guys talk about the Denton and the traffic. The Denton is not main road as Ford Road. Just to complain, guys, if what's happened, if some accident happen, what's gonna happen? What can happen if accident happen on Ford Road and 275? The traffic will be to Sheldon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Sir in the green shirt.
Good evening. My name is Seth Kleinglass. I own the bike shop across the street at 39946 Ford Road. I've been there for 15 years, and I've lived in the community for 25. I'm very well versed with this intersection, specifically the lack of a sidewalk, as long as exactly how the traffic works. I ride my bike to that intersection almost every day. It is a nightmare most of the time, especially on Lots Road. However, I've been waiting for something to happen on this piece of property for a very long time. We've had several projects come, we've had several projects go. I'm also a member of the DDA, so I've seen this area and what's happening. The east side of the DDA is sort of the forgotten stepchild. We need a gas station over there for people coming northbound. For people leaving from Lots southbound, there's not an option. If I go westbound, I have to go past or near Haggerty, and then I have to make several Michigan lefts. Instead, I leave Canton and I go somewhere else to get gas if I'm driving. So for people traveling eastbound, this is going to be a great option, even if they're just passing through. We're not adding more traffic. I think their point was well made that most people are just coming through. And if you haven't been to a Sheetz, they're very nice. Canton's very progressive. We're at the top tip. We have an IKEA that came. They picked Canton. Sheetz is very similar. They are the pinnacle of the future of what's happening with gas. They're doing gas. They're doing very good food. Their customer service. They own their trucks, like he said, and they can control sort of everything that's happening. That's something that we want. We want them to come in. We don't want another mobile, let's just say, for example, and then somebody who owns it who doesn't live here or who doesn't own and run it. So they're not asking you to build this tonight. They're not asking you to finish this plan and do the whole thing. They're asking you to keep moving with the project and at least explore some more opportunities once you decide. And I think their criteria, at least to have an approval or to postpone for more discussion of the approval is more than valid. So I just want you to think about that. Thank you.
Yeah, there was one other, sir in the back.
How you doing? My name is Nick Neighbor. I own a mobile gas station on 7230 North Sheldon, and I also just recently acquired the mobile gas station on Michigan Ave, 4200 Michigan Ave. And just like the gentleman referred, I'm actually a resident of Canton. I grew up here, lived here my whole life. My family lives here, so I am a mobile owner that's a resident. And unlike Sheetz, we actually own and operate the properties that we currently acquire. And any property that we have acquired is currently an existing property that we actually improve. We're not going out buying and leasing properties to build some massive gas station / truck shop with average food. A couple of things I want to mention is as far as the demand. The demand is down, no matter what. I mean, I'm down about 30,000 gallons since BJ's been, at least BJ, as far as I can remember BJ. So the demand is not there. So whatever they're trying to go after is not there. Second thing I want to mention is as far as truck control. This is the Sheetz location right on Middle Belt and 94. This is their smaller station, not the one off of Vining. And as you can see right here, there's an 18-wheeler or semi-truck trying to fill diesel in an automotive diesel pump. So as far as controlling trucks, there's no way they're gonna be able to control truck drivers, private drivers, etc. Another point I want to mention is, their target customer base. A lot of what they do is attracts a lot of younger crowd. They do those milkshakes, all these fancy drinks, all these fancy things. They attract a lot of younger drivers that are, unexperienced as far as driving. And that intersection and young drivers, I can't see that being a good thing, honestly. Last thing I want to say, the gentleman mentioned 1.8 million options as far as eating. I can't imagine asking my wife what she wants to eat with 180 million, whatever he just said. So that's it. I just want to go on record and say that I hope you guys not consider their approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Coslin.
Robert McCausland, I'm the co-owner with my brother of the property that's in question tonight. We've been there for 38 years. We've been waiting for the future to come. Well, the future's here. These gentlemen represent the future. They're in tune with what a gas station should be. They are technically astute. They have their thumb on every aspect of the business, and they are involved in the business. So when you have that combination, you have a winning combination. Like I said, we're not just somebody that come up and bought a gas station, okay? We've been there for 38 years. And a couple of you guys, I put you in business. You know who you are. I put you in business. Because I really didn't want a gas station back then because it wasn't really an area that needed a gas station. But that was 38 years ago. And believe me, we need a gas station now. Not that we need a gas station. We need a future station. It's going to service everything, and it's going to service everybody, and it's going to be in tune with the whole industry. We don't have that now. We have fragmented mishmash. But like the one gentleman said, when the bigger companies come and look, they look for few things, and they look for quality, and that's what we have here tonight. And that's why I believe, as many meetings as I sat through, I would recommend that you approve this for the future of the fueling business in Canton. Thank you.
You. Anyone else?
Now I move to close the public hearing, Madam Chairman.
Okay.
Support.
We have a motion by Commissioner Weber and support by Commissioner Foster to close the public hearing. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, I'm going to start with Gordon.
No comments.
No comments? Okay. Alan, I'm just going to use first names because I'm too tired to remember everyone's last name at this point. Sorry. Commissioner Cruz.
All right. So I'm city engineer for Taylor. 2 of the sheets are going in. And I guess if we were to have a gas station, east of 275 would be the location. But given that, it's a great facility, and Romulus is happy with you guys. Taylor's excited to have 2 of them. so you guys have momentum. However, still need to comply with the PDD requirements that are interpreted by our planner. And he's listed some items here that you gotta go through and satisfy. Market need, he says that, you know, you use some data, I think that needs updating. The circulation does not work. If if you claim to spend so much time with this, get that circulation to work. I mean, it's so obvious that it doesn't work well enough. So I think there are some hurdles that you can overcome, and I'd be open to it, I guess, is what I'm saying. But you still have to satisfy the PDD requirements that are Canton Townships. That's all I got.
Thank you. Commissioner Foster.
Yeah, I mean, I completely agree with Commissioner Cruz. The circulation and access to sheets really concerns me. I think you got to figure that out before we approve the PDD. I'm also really concerned about the traffic. And I hear you when you say that it's mostly going to be pass-through traffic. But I know there will be a lot of people intentionally going to Sheetz because of the food and the milkshakes and all of the things. So I do think that that is something that I will want to take a closer look at. The other thing I will say is a resident brought up the gas station or the rezoning that was denied a few weeks ago. And I just want to make the point that that was not in compliance with the master plan that this commission and the township board passed in June of this year. And that is the reason why that was denied. This is a completely different project with completely different issues. And I think we can get there, but I do want to see those improvements with the circulation of the trucks. I know you said that you can control the trucks, but you can't control the trucks that do not belong to Sheetz, right? So they're going to go into those areas and cause issues. So yeah, I think we can get there, but I just want to see some improvements. Thank you.
Commissioner Weber.
So I'm excited about Sheetz coming to Canton. I guess I'm a young customer because I frequent Sheetz all the time in Ohio as part of my job. And I'm not going there for the milkshakes or the fried food. I'm going there for a simple cup of coffee and gas. I also know the Sheetz family through my parents because my parents grew up in the town where Sheetz was founded, and I know what they're about. So I'm not upset at all that Sheetz wants to come here. Mr. McCausland, I completely disagree with you that this is about land rights. This isn't about land rights. This is about four important issues with regard to that land. We're not sitting here saying you can't put a gas station on this property. We're saying there are legitimate safety issues surrounding this project. And I think the Sheetz folks are smart enough to figure it out. I've been to many Sheetz facilities, and they're beautiful. And you guys figure out the circulation. There's obviously major circulation problems with this layout. And I think if you spent the money you say you have on professionals and all that, I think you should be able to figure this one out. Not saying it's easy, not saying it's inexpensive, but it can be done. To echo what Commissioner Foster just said about the Ford and Beck project, don't even go there as far as comparing those two. It's apples and oranges. Completely different situation, completely different scenario, not even a valid comparison. And I think it's interesting that there's probably people in the audience here and that sent comments about this project that were probably supportive of that project that aren't choosing to speak up here tonight. But that's another issue, and I can't prove that. That said, I'm not going to deny this tonight. I'm not going to approve it tonight. I think there's work that the Sheetz folks have to do, and I think they can pull it off. But it does require some due diligence on your part. That's all I have to say.
Commissioner Eggenberger.
Thank you. I agree with commissioners that have spoken before me, so I don't need to repeat what they've said. I agree with it needing to be postponed, and some work needs to be done.
And I would echo that as well. I think my biggest concern is the circulation. I'm an architect. I've figured out problems like this before for my clients. I think that it can be worked out, but we can't have a gas station of all things where a fire truck may not be able to get into the property. You know, I mean, we can't have that. We can't have a fire truck blocking through traffic because they can't turn in. It's that's surprising to me that this was submitted like this, and it definitely needs to be worked out. Having emergency access, having semi-truck access is important, and you know, I think that showing us diagrams where a truck is the swing, the wheel, the wheels of a truck, or the edge of the truck, or the edge of the fire truck are going to actually impact outgoing traffic. You know, yeah, they use their sirens when they travel, but people don't always hear them. I almost saw somebody get T-boned by an ambulance on my way to my office this morning because the ambulance was coming perpendicular. This is a little different, but you know, I can imagine myself sitting there waiting to get out, and here comes the fire truck, and there's somebody behind me, and they don't know what to do, and I need to back up, or I need to get out of the way. It's just too dangerous. And this is, like I said, a gas station where we have, I once yelled at somebody at the Meyer gas station for sitting in their car and smoking right in front of they were not at a pump, they were in front of the store. But I was like, put your cigarette out. I probably used some foul language because this is a gas station. There is a flammable vapor here that can explode. So yeah, I have some serious concerns. Do I support Sheetz? Honestly, I've never been to a Sheetz. They sound delightful. It sounds wonderful. I mean, if Doug says they're great, I'm going to go along with that. I certainly don't have anything against a gas station at this location per se, but I think we need to keep working. So I would agree with everybody who said that they feel comfortable postponing this until we get some better answers.
May I have some closing remarks before you deliberate?
Is it going to be adding anything new?
A different point of view.
Repeat yourself.
Yeah, please. Your presentation was really long.
We know what your point
Yes.
of view is.
It's
You want to
10:30.
approve.
So, circulation, really big issue. Talked about it ad nauseam now, and we will go back and work on that some more. Definitely on board with working on with the township on that. Also want to point out that that's a site plan related issue, not a PDD related one. They're related.
So I got to stop you right there because you've kind of ticked me off all night that I feel like you're lecturing us. We know what the rules are.
Yes, sir.
We don't need to be lectured about what the rules of the PDD are and that we need to approve it. And I would tell your attorney the same thing. We don't need that. We understand the rules. We understand what we're doing. We understand what we're here to do. Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
I got one other question. Chick-fil-A, Topgolf, were they proposing light improvements at lots?
Yeah, they were proposing a traffic signal in front of their proposed development.
I don't remember a traffic
Or not the signal there, but there was, the only improvements there were, I think, some signal timing.
for lots.
Oh, yeah.
A new light? Yeah,
I
I
think-
don't remember that.
At the exit.
there was.
Yeah,
No.
from their property.
Yeah, I think
At
it was,
lots. Okay. I guess my point is, if this is considered, those two developments need to come together and figure out the traffic impact and the timing. Especially if Topgolf's gone away, it changes the traffic impact study. So that needs to be considered for both developments if it happens.
developments were involved with
Use your mic, please.
The other developments were involved with it too. I think either the neurodivergent,
Canton Oaks. That's on our agenda for tonight, too.
is it? Okay, yeah, so that, I believe that they were involved with that too.
Yeah, and
Might
one of
be
the
here after
reasons
midnight.
the Wade Trim traffic review is taking longer is that Wade Trim is reviewing the traffic impact studies and removing the Top Canton, Top Golf development, and removing any traffic improvements that they would have proposed. So they're reviewing these traffic studies without those as part of the equation. So these developments, Sheets and Canton Oaks, they're reviewed independent without each other.
Okay. But if the signal's retimed, you have to take into consideration all developments is, I guess, my point.
Yeah.
Emphasize that to Wade Trim.
Make a motion?
I'll make the motion. I move to postpone action on the PDD application 049 PDM 8655, pending receipt and review of the following materials to address compliance with the standards of the zoning ordinance. Revisions to access for trucks are required for the site to comply with the access management and circulation requirements of Section 6.02 C4 and Section 27.04 D13. Review of the report from Canton Township's traffic engineering consultant on the applicant's TIS, which was required pursuant to Section 27.04 D13. A statement of definite benefits pursuant to the definition of Section 27.04 B3 and standard in Section 27.04 D4. Information regarding the feasibility of installing Level 3 EV chargers on the site and potential alternatives. Updated market data to demonstrate market demand.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Weber and support by Commissioner Eggenberger. Any further discussion?
I've got a few clarifying points that I wanted to add after the applicant's discussion and the public hearing.
Thank you.
So I've just got 7 notes that I just want to add for the record. The first is that although the trucks are branded as Sheets and the applicant says that they can control those, we have to think about the site for the next 50, 100 years. If it's a different corporation, a different user, they may not have their trucks. They may use outside vendors. And so any kind of control of that would be nearly impossible because any future purchaser of the property being bound by that, that might not be workable and in our case, enforceable. The second is with the market study, we would want the data sourced. The third is when I mentioned BJ's, I just mentioned in terms of some of the backups, but it's a very different scenario with BJ's because that's affiliated with a big box and they sell fuel at a much larger discounted price than other nearby gas stations. And when they came in, they showed comparables of BJ's gas stations and how much lower it is in surrounding areas. So to compare that to like a discount fueler that's affiliated with a big box is not a good comp in terms of the traffic and the demand. The fourth item is we'd want to see the letter from DTE so we can review it and also present it to the Planning Commission. The fifth item is in terms of a cross connection to the west of what's being offered as a definite benefit. The Central Business District overlay requires adjacent properties to cross connect. So it's not a benefit that they're giving us. It's a requirement that the ordinance imposes on properties in the CBD. So that's a requirement. The sixth item is that the plans that are before you, the ordinance calls that the plan development plan. So when you vote on a plan development, you are voting on a plan. So it's not something where it's a concept and we defer all the major decisions to site plan review. That's incorrect. The plan development plan has to show the layout, has to show something realistic and something that meets the criteria of those PDD standards. So we may not be looking at it for all the site plan standards, but there are parts of the PDD, the plan development plan, that do reach into other parts of the ordinance in terms of circulation. And as our letter finds, the use of a gas station. And then the seventh item was that although we referenced the 820 plan and we're told not to, they're there and we're using them as a basis in terms of vehicle movements if they turn into the site the way that it was originally designed. And although the applicant states that they can control their trucks, we can't control the customers. So if a customer is driving a trailer, a large vehicle, they're going to have the same issues if they have a long flatbed in the back or something like that, they're going to go into the site however they can. And that's something that we can't control through a PDD agreement or otherwise unless we spend a lot of public safety resources with our police department, which I think we want to take care of that now so we don't have to. So those are just 7 points I wanted to clarify for the record.
Patrick, those are good points too. Thank you.
Is there a way we should incorporate those into this motion?
I think the motion does in terms of the information that's being asked. I just wanted the comment listed there in terms of discussions on the motion.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Okay, is there any further discussion? Further discussion? Nope, okay. Commissioner Eggenberger, could you please call the vote?
Sure. Commissioner Cruz?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger, yes. Commissioner Foster?
Yes.
Commissioner Janowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Weber?
Yes.
And Chairperson Zuber?
Yes. All right, motion carries.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Again, we hope. All right, the next item on our agenda, we still have 4 more items. Hopefully they're quicker. The next item on our agenda is Friendship Church Canton / Camp Mirage, SLU-PZ 25-00006. We're considering a special land use for the parcel at 1240 North Beck Road. The property is located on the east side of Beck and north of Salts. The proposed use is a summer day camp classified as a child care center. Patrick, when you get back to your seat, tell us all about it, please. Wow, crowd thinned out. Feel free to move forward if you want. We don't bite usually.
I don't usually.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, he does. I mean.
I'll go through as brief as I can. At Friendship Church at the northeast, not at the corner, but around the corner of Salts and Beck Road. Friendship Church has been there for a number of years, and last summer they had hosted a day camp. Unbeknownst to the church and the day camp owners, they weren't aware of any additional permits, and so this year they've been informed that after some review by staff in terms of the use of the property, it's classified under a child care center use in the ordinance, even though it doesn't operate like a traditional child care where it operates year round. But a lot of the features of it where there's drop off in the morning, children stay throughout the day, main parts of the day under the care of somebody else, and then at the end of the day, they're picked up. And it's not, it doesn't function necessarily as an accessory use, like if it were a vacation Bible school or something like that. It's more of a, it's a different enterprise than the main religious use itself. So child care centers are special land uses in the zoning district, and the district is in R3, single-family residential. Daycare centers are special land uses, so it could be, if this was a building that had daycare, somewhat similar circumstances, although the layout is different because it's designed for a religious use. And so in looking at the child care center regulations, all the regulations do apply, and there are some where they're easily attainable even if they're not shown on a plan. So for example, it requires an area to be fenced or screened from abutting residential property. We think that can be with snow fence given the temporary nature of the use, especially if it's a day camp during the summer. So we think that part is easily attainable, as well as meeting the setbacks of 25 feet from a lot line or 75 feet from a structure. So we think that the plans could be made to comply there. One of the areas where we're still working through with the property owners and the applicants is over the summer, probably August or September, there was a large amount of gravel that was placed south of the garage and east of the garage, and they're on the aerial photos that are in the packet. And so one of the comments we got from a neighbor was about the activity taking place there with the gravel. So we looked at the recent aerial photos and saw that there was quite a bit of gravel put down there. And by doing that, that actually impacted what should be a buffer area from the property to the south, and not necessarily the buffer for the day camp use, but it's a buffer that's required for Friendship Church use. And back when it was approved, there were on the southeast of the garage, there was not a requirement for additional landscaping because it was kind of a natural area, and like what's shown on the plan here, this is in July where there's a row of trees over on the left side of the page. That's the landscaping when the church was built. That's part of the buffer landscaping. And as it went east, that buffer landscaping wasn't really applied here because there was a lot of natural vegetation that was there that provided a natural buffer. So in some cases like this, it doesn't make sense to cut trees down just to plant more and fulfill the buffer. So then in September, compare that, there was a lot of gravel put down. We're not sure how much vegetation was taken out, but enough for the neighbor to the south to make a comment about it. So with development activity in this gravel area, the buffer requirement does apply there, both for the current religious use and the proposed daycare use. So this is not something that the daycare or the day camp wanted or even asked for. This is just something new that the church did. So it's not really affiliated with this application because they're not asking for it. In fact, they had some activities in that location over the summer. They might propose to move those. So for example, over the summer, I think they had a temporary tent there for activities. I think they would probably plan on moving that northwest to be out of that gravel area. Also, gravel is not permitted as a parking or a drive surface in our ordinance. Our parking and drive surfaces have to be concrete or asphalt. They have to be curbed. And something like this has to go through the site plan review process, which we think should be an obligation of the church. If they're the ones that put it there, they should go through the process of complying with that part of the ordinance. But because that's there, it does have some relationship to the day camp use. Finally, in some of the comments that we had received, there were complaints about the noise. Last summer, there were some complaints about using speakers and bullhorns. And in our discussions with the applicants, they've agreed that they won't use any audible devices like that to amplify the noise. So we think that the development standard with respect to noise, we think that's attainable. And there are many areas of the community where full-time daycare uses are adjacent to residential districts, and it somehow finds a way to work with kids playing outside. It's not an unusual noise. And if there's no amplification and it's limited times where it's from morning to late afternoon / early evening, just for the summer months, roughly 10 weeks. So we think the noise standards could be attainable, but there are questions with regard to the buffering and the site plan review and surfacing requirements that do apply to that gravel area. And the last thing I'll say about this application is with the access management. The proposed access in the packet, there is cones and snow fencing at the Salts Road access, only temporarily during the day camp times of operation, and all the access will be from Beck Road. On the church site, Beck Road actually gives really good circulation access. There's a little bit of a pattern there where there's dedicated in and out drives. So people dropping off can go in the drive, circle around, drop off, and then keep on going. So it functions really well for that type of access off of Beck Road. And because it's during the summer months, the traffic impact is minimal since the schools are generally closed and there's fewer cars on the road. Our recommendation is recommendation to postpone action on the application pending receipt of additional application materials to provide sufficient information to demonstrate compliance with the special land use standards of the zoning ordinance and applicable standards of the zoning ordinance as noted in our staff report. Some of those with respect to the day camp use, some of it is just delineating the outdoor play area, making sure the snow fencing is meeting the setback areas. So for that particular use, there's really not a lot from an information standpoint. The larger issues are the ones where there's the buffer area in the south of the garage based on the gravel that was placed there. So that concludes our staff report, and I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Patrick. Is the project sponsor here? would you like to add anything to what Patrick has said?
Hello, my name is Scott Peterson. I'm with Friendship Church on Beck Road, also a resident of Canton. We're learning a lot about this process. Been working with Patrick for the last, a lot shorter than you guys have, but the last couple months trying to figure out what we needed to do to comply to bring this into what the township felt we needed to do with this. The application became very complicated probably about 2 weeks ago with the comments of a neighbor about the site just east of our garage. Prior to that, we had emails from Patrick saying that he was supportive of this and thought it could go through. With the conflation of the issue east of our garage, they've been conflated and coupled together for this application, which I think are separate issues. We're willing to discuss the area to the east of the garage, but I don't feel like they have anything to do with the primary application that was made for the special land use for this day camp that had a very successful run last summer. We feel like their mission was in alignment with ours, serving families and young kids. And I think they brought a lot to what they did last summer. I have some more comments about the gravel, but I believe Patrick and I can work that out on the side, and we can come to some, hopefully, agreement of how we can resolve that issue.
My name is Frances Abrams. This is Marie Minter. We're the owners of Camp Mirage. Thank you for being here tonight. I know it's very late, and I appreciate all of your ears and time. Very briefly, we just wanted to say that we have Camp Mirage's mission. Camp Mirage has been around for 25 years in the Plymouth location. It has been highly successful. It's been on the news. It's just been a wonderful experience for children. And that's how we found out about it, is Marie's daughter attended the Plymouth camp. And we also found out that there was a huge need. In 2024, there were almost 200 Canton families going to Plymouth for this summer day camp. That's how good it is. It is over 40 different themed camps. So we decided, let me just say, I'm an educator. I've been in education for 30 years. I'm a reading specialist. Marie has done reading specialist and administration. So our life and career has been children. And our mission behind this is we have seen over time what the screens and the not getting outdoors how it has affected the youth. And we know that Canton is a very big growing community, and there is a need for children to be outdoors and enjoy how to play, the games, the crafts, the learning how to socialize with one another. That piece is greatly missing, and that has been our passion. That is why we are taking this on in the summer, is because of that reason. And we did have an extremely successful year. I'm very pleased to say that. And that a lot of families were affected and loved it, and we continually had positive things to say. We do currently have our site and program licensed. We have our site and program through the state of Michigan. So I just wanted you to make sure that was said. I'm just going to keep it brief, so yes.
Thank you all. Thanks. This is a public hearing, so I will entertain a motion to open the public hearing.
Move to open the public hearing.
Support.
All right, I am going to give that to Summer. God, I'm getting really tired. We have a motion by Commissioner Weber and support by Commissioner Foster to open the public hearing. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, anybody have anything to say that hasn't already said something about this project? Okay, I'm going to go with the gentleman in the front, closer to the front. And please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, I'm Jeff Schroeder. My address is 47,000 Salts Road. And I'm just curious, the day camp that they're having, I believe I read in the packet they had like 15 kids last year, if I'm not mistaken, and they were planning on 85 this year. Seems like quite a large group of kids.
Let me interrupt you for a second. We will take your questions and then we'll close the public
Okay,
hearing and we'll answer them. So just go ahead and ask them and then we'll take note of them. So how many kids?
Yeah, how many kids are planning to be there?
Sorry, could you please wait till he's done and then we'll get your answers.
Oh, okay, wait till I'm done, okay.
Yes.
That's the first question. I know there was a lot of noise. I wasn't affected as bad down where my house is located, but I also have questions on what's going to happen with that property. What is the development on this property for the daycare? I don't really see that unless I'm missing something, because there's a whole big wooded area, and behind that is the plan to take down the woods and build out further on that in the future. And then also, there was a mentioning of the camp in Plymouth. Where is that located? And is it in the middle of a residential area, which is what this is, with all these houses backing up to it? Is it the same type of thing? I'm just concerned of where this is going to go in the future. It sounds like a great camp. I'm not opposing that. I'm just not sure if this property is the right property to have a lot of kids there and the noise that goes along with it. And what is the plan of the development of this property with the camp?
Thank you. All right, the other gentleman that had his hand up, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Carmen Patera. My address is 46960 Salts Road. I obviously am very close to the church, and one of the concerns I have is noise as well. I did hear the bullhorns and hear the noise throughout the day. I happen to work from home, and the noise does travel, believe it or not. So that's one concern. The other concern that I have is traffic, and even though the plan indicates that the entrance and exit from Salts Road would be blocked Monday through Friday, I believe. I don't have my glasses, but my concern is that as it is, Salts Road is a bypass for Ford Road. The traffic down Salts is ridiculous, and one of my concerns is that with a bigger day camp that you're going to have increased traffic using Salts Road to get to the church. The other point that I wanted to make is that I think we already have day camps in Canton. You have the Real Life Day Camp and Farm. You also have the Camp Mirage in Plymouth, which is close by, and Canton Leisure Services also offers camp. So I guess I would like the township to consider not extending this special land use for a day camp in that area, which is, as Mr. Schroeder said, in a residential area, houses that were there that were built there before the church was built and before the day camp started last year.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Close the public hearing.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Weber and support by Commissioner Janowski to close the public hearing. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, project sponsor, would you like to address those questions? Come back up to the mic.
I can address a couple regarding the property. There's no proposed revision of the site plan to build any further down the property at this time. What we have built, that's what we envision at this point. There is, with our original site plan, an addition that was approved upon the original site plan that is not in the works at this point, but that would not extend down anywhere into the wooded area at this point. One thing I wanted to correct, that was a comment made from the planner. The berming 25-foot area that was mentioned that is not there was never there because that was vacant land when Friendship Church built in 2009 and when the garage was built in 2012. Those houses were not there, and so it was not required to put that spacing in there because there were no residential homes there at that time. So that's the area that's in question that is lacking the screening. It was never there.
To start off addressing, I did make the statement, we had there, when Marie's daughter was attending the camp, we noticed that there were about 200 Canton children that were driving from Canton to Plymouth. So there is a huge need for this camp. And I can't express that enough. We also...
I'm sorry, I'm just going to jump in too. Just as you know, Canton Township is always growing. And it's just a great place for young families to raise their kids. And this gives them more options for their kids during the summer months. So they can take advantage of a lot of different programs, including ours. Again, we really pride ourselves on being screen-free, hands-on, and helping
I'm gonna
kids be
stop you because
collaborative and work
we
together.
we heard all of what you said earlier. It's so late, so we just want to answer the
Understand.
questions if you
Okay.
don't mind. Thank you.
I will just make this, I apologize for the bullhorns. That was maybe a little bit too much excitement. We will definitely, that is an easy fix. That will not be a problem, anything with noise. And we used those bullhorns just for a very temporary, for a very short period, like a 10-minute meeting group in the morning and a 10-minute meeting group in the afternoon, just for a little bit, right, as a whole group activity. So that is something that can be very well taken care of. 50 to 60 per week.
Is about what we averaged, and please note that it's not they're all in the same space together, but we do have them in small groups throughout the area, rotating through different stations and activities.
Where is the Plymouth camp?
The Plymouth camp, the original location was at 5 Mile, and they also have another location on North Territorial.
I would say, you know, being the first year, we learned a lot.
Please use the mic.
Yeah, being the first year, we learned a lot. We had regular meetings on Tuesday to address issues that came up. And the entire summer, we only received, the last week of camp, one call to ordinance over sound issue. And an ordinance officer did come out, speak with me during camp hours, investigated and found the levels of noise to be under the threshold of being a noise complaint. So an ordinance officer did come out and investigate that, but only one complaint over the entire summer.
Okay, thank you.
The traffic, just to address the traffic, we did not have any complications with our traffic. The way we had it out, like Patrick Sloan said, going in and out, that rotation was very smooth. Our drop-off is very quick and very efficient when we drop off.
We have an extended time for drop-off, so it's not everybody coming within 5 to 10 minutes. Have a
Spread out.
Yes, so that we address
It's not like the
that.
charter school on Ford Road.
Right, thank you. Okay, very good, thanks.
We'll be done.
Ready for a motion? Oh, I'm sorry, we should discuss this. We did.
Oh, we did, oh.
We did. Close the public hearing. Anybody have anything to add or concerns? I'm going to open it for a free-for-all because you guys are all eager to talk all at the same time. Anybody have anything?
I agree with Patrick. Let's postpone it till they get everything in that they need and get it done correctly. Sounds, I'm sure, a great camp, and Work with your neighbors.
Yeah, please work with the neighbors.
So what happened here? Did someone complain and now you have to go through a process? Is that what happened?
Yeah, my understanding is that someone had contacted ordinance, and ordinance looked into it, and in the course of looking at it, oftentimes when there are complaints, they'll ask the planning division of, their permits or land use interpretations and things like that. So we looked into this, and the day camp use, it functions much like a daycare, so it would require a special land use permit. It can be a highly restricted one because the Planning Commission and Board can impose conditions of approval like times and dates. That was how we became aware of it, was when ordinance asked us, and then I think after that, the church and day camp had reached out to us.
I'm sorry, we can't have you talking from the audience. So, the public hearing is closed, sir. I'm sorry.
All right, so that's what's going on. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
We
Yeah,
got the answer.
so-
Thank you.
Yeah, you still got to follow the rules and
Yeah.
work with Patrick on what's needed.
So I move to postpone action on planning application number PZ25-00006 for proposed childcare center day camp special land use on parcel 062-99-0025-701 at 1240 North Beck Road, pending receipt of the additional application materials to provide sufficient information to demonstrate compliance with the standards of the section 27-03C of the zoning ordinance and the applicable development standards of the zoning ordinance as noted by the planning staff.
Said that. Oh, okay. Our unmiked friend down there. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Eggenberger and support by Commissioner Janowski. Any further discussion? All right, Commissioner Eggenberger, could you call the vote?
Commissioner Cruz?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger, yes. Commissioner Foster?
Yes.
Commissioner Janowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Weber?
Yes.
And Chairperson Zuber?
Yes. All right, thank you. Good luck. Yeah. All right, we have item number 4 of 6. No, there is a public hearing on this one. The zoning ordinance text amendment, religious land uses and related standards. Patrick, tell us all about it, please.
Well, we had discussed this at last month's meeting, and the Planning Commission voted to schedule a public hearing for tonight. So no changes have been made to the draft text. So tonight is the public hearing and potential recommendation to the Board of Trustees.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
All right. Very good.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to open the public hearing.
All right. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Foster and support by Commissioner Weber to open the public hearing. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, anyone have anything to say about our religious land use ordinance?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to close the public hearing.
All right, once again, we have a motion by Commissioner Foster and support by Commissioner Weber to close the public hearing. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Free for all. Who's got opinions or motions?
Too many numbers in this motion.
Can we just have move to approve subject to all these numbers?
Go right ahead, Doug.
All right. I move to recommend approval of the proposed amendments to the following sections of the zoning ordinance as provided in the attached ordinance proposal. Section 1.03, 2.16C, 4.01B1, 4.01B5, 6.02U, 10.02B4, 11.02B3, 12.02B4, 13.02B4, 14.02B1, 16.02A7, 17.02A5, 19.02A3, 20.02A8, 22.02B7, and 27.02B1.
Support.
Great, we have a motion by Commissioner Weber and support by Commissioner Janowski on a hot mic. All right, very good. Any further discussion? All right, Commissioner Eggenberger, please call the vote.
Okay. Commissioner Cruz,
Yes.
You had to think about it.
Voting on?
Commissioner Eggenberger, yes. Commissioner Foster,
Yes.
Commissioner Janowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Weber,
Yes.
and Chairperson Zuber.
Yes, thank you. All right. Moving right along, we have new business. We have item number 049-PDP-8531, Canton Oaks. We are considering a PDD for several parcels on Lots Road south of Ford. The proposed use is multifamily residential, including residences for adults with intellectual and developmental disabilities. The units may be owned or rented. A community building is also proposed. Patrick, give us a very brief description. We've already talked about this, so.
I'll do my best.
But thank you. No offense to the project sponsor, because this is awesome.
Thank you. So this was last on the Planning Commission's agenda on August 4th of this year. So we had the public hearing. We talked about everything else that's in the letter, so I don't need to go through that. It was postponed pending the receipt of a traffic impact study review by Wade Trim. As we discussed earlier tonight with Sheets, the complexity of the traffic studies, the two different developments. What our traffic engineering consultant did was look at these developments by themselves, so not all together, but in isolation, because they may go at different times. So the traffic study that was reviewed by Wade Trim, they look at only the Canton Oaks development and its impact on the existing conditions. So it takes Sheets out of the equation, it takes the Top Canton / Top Golf project out of the equation, and just looks at the impact of this development. And so Wade Trim's recommendation is approval. They have some commentary and some qualifiers about those recommendations in terms of some of the delays in levels of service increase at the studied intersections, those being Ford and Lots and Cherry Hill and Lots. But they do recommend approval because overall, there are a lot of decreases in the delays and some improvements in a lot of the conditions. So Wade Trim's recommendation is approval with some conditions. They recommend a northbound right turn lane on Lots Road at Ford Road, and they recommend the optimization of the traffic signals at Ford Road in Lots and Cherry Hill and Lots. So our recommendation is a recommendation of approval with the two conditions. First, the improvements recommended in Wade Trim's traffic impact study review must be incorporated into the final PDD application and satisfactory to MDOT in Wayne County. And second, the PD agreement must be updated at final PDD review to include terms of traffic improvements pursuant to the traffic impact study review and must be satisfactorily reviewed by Canton Township Legal Counsel. Before wrapping up my report, one thing I want to emphasize is that this is the stage of preliminary PDD. When we were reviewing the Sheets development, their development based on the acreage and the square footage of that property, it's a one-step PDD process. Because of the land area and the amount of units in the subject application for Canton Oaks, it's a two-step PDD process, preliminary PDD review and then final PDD review. So if approved, this will come back for a final PDD review by the Planning Commission and the board if the board approves it. So there'll be another chance to discuss the PDD and finalize the PDD agreement at that time with respect to any traffic improvements. So that concludes our staff report.
Thank you. And hopefully the next time you won't be on at 11 o'clock at night. Please come to the podium and tell us more about your project, because it's amazing.
First of all, thank you all for being willing to do this. I mean, I've come to a gazillion of these over the years, but I just admire the fact that you guys are willing to come here and go through this for these long nights. That being said, I think everybody's probably heard about this a lot. I don't want to say a whole lot more because I know time is really late. We are willing to fund, I think we'd like to do it as a township project and just fund it and have the township do it, but we'll work out those details. We'll do the right turn lane that's been required by the Wade Trim report. The last thing I would mention is that we did a limited reservation for our IDD units We released 28 of the 56 that we've designated to be IDD units in the development, and all 28 of those are reserved right now by several IDD individuals. And Compass Community Collaborative has worked with us. They've formed a nonprofit of all those parents of those individuals and have done some amazing things already. We haven't even gotten the place started yet. So we're excited to move forward with this, and just want to get it to the point where we can start building it this next year.
All right. Anybody from the board have anything to say or thoughts, questions, comments, motions?
I'd like to make a motion.
Awesome.
I move to recommend approval of Canton Oaks preliminary PDD application, planning application number 049-PDP-8531 on parcels 049-99-0004-000 and 049-99-007-000, 049-99-008-000, and 049-99-009-000, with proposed modifications for wetland setbacks and parking reductions to be determined at the time of the final PDD review, subject to all state, county, and township requirements, and subject to the following conditions being fulfilled at the time of the final PDD application: to comply with section 27.04D13 on the zoning ordinance. Number one, improvements recommended in Wade Trim's traffic impact study review must be incorporated into the final PDD application and satisfactory to MDOT and Wayne County. Two, the PDD agreement must be updated at final PDD review to include terms of traffic improvement pursuant to the traffic impact study excuse me, review, and must be satisfactorily reviewed by Canton Township's legal counsel.
All right. We have a motion by Commissioner Janowski and support by Commissioner Eggenberger. Any further discussion? All in favor, please. Oh, I'm sorry, you need to call the vote.
You have a job here.
Commissioner Eggenberger, please call the vote.
Commissioner-
You have a job for like one more meeting.
One more moment. Commissioner Cruz?
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger? Yes. Commissioner Foster?
Yes.
Commissioner Janowski? Commissioner Weber?
Yes.
And Chairperson Zuber.
Yes. All right. Best of luck. All right, and we have one final item on our agenda. Not that I'm counting. Haggerty Mobile, 002-ADS-8727. We're considering a site plan for parcel number 002-99-0002-707, also known as 8773 Haggerty Road. The property is located on the southwest corner of Joy Road and Haggerty Road. There's a proposed cooler and patio addition to the site, and I know we reviewed this not that long ago for the original site plan changes, so. Yeah, a lot is happening there. So Patrick, give us a brief description.
Sure. So the project was approved, I think, in 2023, and it's been underway, nearly complete. And like with, as projects often go, sometimes near the middle or end of construction, it's realized that, there could be other improvements. And in this case, the applicant wants to add an attached 6-foot by 27-foot addition on the west side of the building for cooler for storage. And so one of the unique elements of this site is it's very narrow, and it's got 3 front yards. There's Haggerty Road to the east, Old Haggerty Road to the west, and Joy Road to the north. Old Haggerty Road to the west, that's a dead-end road, and only the gas station and the industrial uses on the west side use it. It dead ends at the railroad tracks to the south. So it's not really, it's not a through road. And at the November Zoning Board of Appeals meeting, the ZBA approved a variance for the front yard setback on the west side of the building from the from the from the front lot line along Old Haggerty Road. The addition, it's got less brick on it, but it's consistent with the architecture of the building. Our recommendation is approval of the site plan amendment for the 6-foot by 27-foot addition on the west side of the building, including approval of a modification from the 50% brick requirement per the submitted plans, provided that the amount of the brick and limestone is at least 50%. So the overall brick is under 50%, but if we add the limestone back, then brick plus limestone far exceeds 50%. And then including 3 conditions. First, providing a revised plan sheet for staff that shows the additional concrete north of the diesel pumps and the removal of the stone riprap south of the diesel pumps, subject to planning division review, and that the concrete is of sufficient width for fueling vehicles without interfering with the required stormwater management. So it's kind of hard to see in the aerial photo, but when the site was developed, there was a little bit more concrete placed north of the pumps, and then there's some stone riprap on the south side. We just want to the stone riprap can't be there, so it either has to be removed or there has to be a plan for concrete. And then we just need to see a plan for the concrete on the north side, in addition to truck circulation. I feel like we've talked about that a lot tonight, so we can look at that.
Yeah, this.
It was, and it had a really good angle.
Thought it through.
It's a less than 90-degree angle off of Old Haggerty Road, and it worked really well.
Right.
The second condition was replacing the sign at the corner of Haggerty and Joy Road. The third is addressing items noted in the Planning Division's site inspection reports, which have been ongoing, but mostly complete, but there's a few follow-up items. So that concludes our report.
Thank you. Project sponsor, do you want to add anything?
Aldo 8773 North Haggerty Road. Everything Patrick said is accurate as we're trying to complete. A little additional space needed.
I just want to say your corner looks 100% better than it did. Looks.
Thank you very much. So actually,
You need this.
Yeah.
Is that what it is? It's a freezer?
Not done a motion tonight.
Oh, wait, hold on. Where are we?
Page 612.
You have dramatic reading capabilities?
No, I don't.
No, Brian's not.
Oh, this is long. Where's Brian?
All right.
Let's go. My wife's waiting for me, so. I move to recommend approval of the site plan amendment for the 6-foot by 27-foot addition on the west side of the building on parcel number 002990002-707 at 8773 North Haggerty Road, including approval of a modification from the 50% brick requirement of section 26.06 per the submitted plans, provided that the amount of brick and limestone is at least 50%, subject to all state, county, and township requirements and subject to the following conditions. 1, providing a revised plan sheet for Planning Division staff review that shows the additional concrete north of the diesel pumps and the removal of the stone riprap south of the diesel pumps, subject to Planning Division staff review, and that the concrete is of sufficient width for the fueling vehicles without interfering with the required stormwater management. 2, replacing the sign at the corner of Haggerty Road and Joy Road pursuant to Article 6A of the zoning ordinance. And 3, addressing items noted in the Planning Division's inspection reports.
Support.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Weber and support by Commissioner Foster. Any further discussion? Commissioner Eggenberger, could you please call the vote? Do your job,
I would be
please.
delighted to.
Do your job, lady.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yes.
Commissioner Eggenberger, yes. Commissioner Foster.
Yes.
Commissioner Janowski. Commissioner Weber.
Yes.
And Chairperson Zuber.
Yes, please. Awesome. All right, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here so late. Yes.
Patrick, we're not letting you talk about anything else.
No, sorry. We'll catch up next time.
Where's Aaron?
All right, we have a motion to
hiding?
adjourn by Commissioner Weber Do we have a support for that?
Support.
All right, everyone supported it. Okay, awesome. Have a good night. Meeting adjourned.
Got a vote.
Get